Okay, oh, that might help. There we are. All right, so here we are. I see that Rodrigo became a supporter. Thank you very much. I don't know if you're here now. Okay, so here we are. As we wait for people to get here, let's go ahead and address some recent comments. Stupid mouse. Let's check where my mouse is. I'll drive in tomorrow. Okay. Hello, Rodrigo. Thank you for becoming a member. Very much appreciated. Now you are officially, a super community member, I guess. Very good. So let me know if you have any questions about anything, English or anything else. See if I can pull up some comments here. Also, let me know if my audio is good. Awesome. Comments. Okay, so what do we have? Oh yeah, so there was a short that I published. Somebody asked about how to link interject and audio is great, perfect, thank you. And I made a short answering this, so we can start there for anybody who missed it. So in this case, this is one of the interesting things about American English, because we know that if a T at the end of a word connects over to a vowel sound, that it's going to become a flapped D, right? So how I write that is like this. Hello, Lily. Welcome to the chat. Good to see you. Let me know if you have any questions. Hope you're doing well. So, for example, we say "what if," right? It becomes "what if," and that creates that. It's a core part of the American sound, right? Sounding American is to make that into a flap D. Now, the interesting thing is that if you have, say, like interject or expect or something like that, where you have a K in the T, the K, number one, technically, we're only supposed to flap the D when it's surrounded by two vowels. But also there are some sounds that might be before the T that make it kind of hard to flap. And so if we say interject, and then it would be like duh, if we try to flap it, it's really hard to do. So what we do in American English instead, we don't change it back into a T because it wouldn't be a T normally when it connects to the vowel. What we're going to do is we're going to keep the D, but we're not going to flap it. We're just going to make it a weak, soft D sound. So interjecta, and that's how we do that. So there are certain sounds before the T that will do that. Like the ST is another one, but we usually just drop the T. You don't have to, but we often drop the T in ST. You can't really do that in KT necessarily, but and then the S will connect over. So there's different things that can happen, but for example, if I say past and then all, I don't know, you can say passall, or you can say pastal, and it's more of a D sound, pastal, but it's not flapped. So anyway, so if you guys have any questions, let me know. I'm just gonna go back to the comments here. Oh yeah, so a clarification on the dental T or dental D as the variation for the TH sound, or TH sounds, I should say, voiced and voiceless. So I commonly put the dental part in quotation marks. I'll say dental T or D. And the reason why I put them in quotation marks is because you actually don't have to touch the teeth. That's the easiest way to do it. I'm going to make a separate lesson just talking about this particular sound variation of the TH. I mentioned it in the main lesson, but I want to talk more about the details. And the easiest way, which is very, very common, is you just put the tongue flat on the teeth. And especially if your language has a dental T or D, it's going to be very normal for you. Again, remember, this is to replace the TH sounds as a normal standard variation, very, very common in most cases where you see a TH. And so instead of putting it on the teeth here, all you really need to do, normally the T and D is up here, right? So your teeth, a little bump on the top of your mouth, and the T and D is going to go sort of right in the middle of that bump, more or less. And it's not straight up, right? There's going to be just a little tiny bit of flatness on the tip for the normal TD. You can do the dental TD by just making that a little bit flatter. You don't want it to be super, super flat, like that's going to be a little too much. Just a little bit more flatter on the tip, and it'll dull the sound. And so I can say, if I want to say, right, that, so I can go on my teeth, I can say that, that's fine. Or I can go up here, make it flatter and say that. So we'll actually go here, here, here for the placement of this. And it really doesn't matter as long as you can get it flat enough. So just a little note about that. Steve, welcome to the chat. Glad to have you here. So usually when a verb ends in ed and the next word starts with T or D, it's okay to drop the first TD sound. Well, let's see. So ends in ed. So for example, if I say walked, and then the next word starts with a T or a D. So let's say, we'll ignore two because two is very special and very malleable. Hello, Sedent. I haven't heard from you in a while. I hope everything is okay in India. I know things are kind of crazy there, or really crazy there, and that sucks. But I hope you're doing okay. So if we go from ed ending, so we won't say two because two is special. We'll say walked, and then walked. I want to find something that's grammatical, not just two random words. Tom. Okay, walked Tom. So like he walked Tom home. Hello, Gabriel. Welcome to the chat. Glad to see you here. Oh, you were sick. That is highly unfortunate. Sorry. I like the past tense was, meaning you're not sick anymore, so that's good. Very nice. Good. That's pretty horrible. I mean, I haven't heard from you at all, and I was kind of wondering. I was going to send you a message, and then I kept forgetting because I'm literally working on like 4 different projects right now, and I keep forgetting things like eating. So, that's not good. But okay, before I continue on, I'm going to finish answering this question because otherwise I'm going to get stuck. So back to Steve's question. Walked Tom. So like he walked Tom home, right? So he walked with Tom to his house, and he accompanied Tom to his home. Okay, so walked Tom. So if we have, we know walked is going to be the E is silent. The D here is a T sound because of the K. Walked and then Tom. So you're asking if it's okay to drop that T or D sound, the first T or D sound that would be part of that ED ending. Okay, so if I say he walked Tom home, he walked Tom home, walked Tom home, walked Tom home, walked Tom, walked Tom. If you're speaking really, really fast, remember speed will break things. If you're speaking really, really fast, you don't have to hold it or stop it or anything. You can just kind of erase that first T. At least if it's a T, I'll have to check for the D sound. If it's a T, you can kind of just erase it and go into that T or D that's after it. And let me test these combinations too, because T to D works. If I say walk, or T to T works, walked Diane. Diane is another name. Walked Diane home. You walked Diane home. You walked Diane home. Yeah, speaking quickly, you can drop that T sound also. So that's in really fast speech. If you're speaking a little more slowly, like not slow, but kind of, I guess, within range of normal, that's not super fast, we're probably going to hold or stop the T for a quick second. So he walked Tom home. He walked Tom home. And it might, even at that speed, I'm not speaking super fast, but it might be hard for you to hear the stop or the hold on that first T, but it's there. There's this little tiny break. Walk Tom, instead of walk Tom, walk Tom, walk Tom, walk Tom, right? So just kind of hold it for a second. So the answer to your question is yes, you can drop that first T or D as long as you're speaking really fast. But at more normal or especially slower speeds, you're going to want to have some sort of stop or potentially push out that sound like walked Tom, but that's usually for enunciation. Let me test it with a D sound really quick. If we say walked, let's see, what's jogged. So walked, we'll say jogged Tom. He jogged Tom. He jogged Tom home. Jogged Tom home. Jogged Tom. Jogged Tom. Jogged Tom home. Jogged Tom. Jogged Tom home. Yeah, it seems kind of like the same thing. Because here we would hear the voice on the hold or the stop. And if I'm speaking really quickly, I can kind of just go straight from g to t, and it sounds fine. But if I'm speaking a little bit slower, he jogged Tom home. He jogged. We kind of want to hear that little, that holding or stopping of the D through the nose, and then the T. So again, speed, yes, if it's really fast, but if it's normal or slower, you don't really want to drop it, because then it would be jog Tom. He jogged Tom home. It sounds a little bit weird if it's not super fast. Okay, anyway, so Lily, I'm good, thanks for asking. What I love about your lives is that you always fix the mistakes, so I allow myself to make a lot of them so I can figure out what mistakes I'm more likely to make. Well, I don't necessarily fix all of them, but yes, I try to catch them and mention them, because I know a lot of people, it's very useful, very important for a lot of people, and yeah. It's a nice chance to get some feedback. And then, of course, you're maybe, some people would be less likely to chat because they don't want to make the mistakes. But if you have the right mindset, then you'll be more likely to chat because you want to get those mistakes pointed out and be like, oh, okay, I thought it was something else. The lessons on prepositions are brilliant. I didn't quite understand the concept of positive state in the lesson regarding to on. Regarding on, no regarding to. Regarding on. I think sometimes you can use to after regarding, but maybe not. Definitely not in this case. Regarding on is the subject, or the topic. So, well, thank you for saying they're brilliant. This idea of positive state or active state, I know. I went to some great length in the book. Actually, I think in the book's introduction, to really clarify what I mean by positive state and active state, because that can easily be understood in a number of different ways. And there's a reason why I say positive state or active state as like two ways to look at the same idea. It's very, very abstract. We're looking at this concept in sort of the most abstract terms, and it's really hard to put into words. That's why on gave me such problems when I was trying to identify the logic, and that was the best way that I could think to describe it in as few words as possible. So I don't remember exactly how I explained it in the book, but you want to think of it as, I like to give the example of, maybe I explained this in the video. I don't even remember what I put in the video compared to the book, because I didn't include all the examples from the book to save myself some time and the video length. But there's like a red light and a green light, right? So green light means go, red light means stop. Don't even worry about the yellow light that I actually typed means red light equals stop. Don't worry about yellow light. That's beyond that. That's not the point. Just ignore the yellow light. Okay, it's going to make it more complicated. That's not what we're talking about. So there's a green light, meaning that you can go. There's a red light, meaning you have to stop. Now, I use this because when we say positive state, some people might think, well, it's a good thing, right? Because positive is usually tied to good. But just because something's positive doesn't mean it's good, right? It just means it's positive. Like if the light is on, right? You can say that it's active, of course, but if it's a green light, green light is active and the red light is inactive. If it's a red light, then the green light is inactive and the red light is active. So don't think of it as positive in the sense of good. Think of it as in like, if the green light is on, that's in a positive state because it's active. And if the green light is off, it's in a negative state because it's inactive, right? And I know that's still probably very confusing and abstract. But the number one point here is not to confuse it with good or bad. So that's the first most important thing. After that, I'm gonna have to let me grab my book really quick, because there's a reason why I included the idea of positive and not just active. All right. Let's say, what do we have? On, where's on? It's 2 on. Okay. Let's see. So surface. So group 1 is surface, usually physical. You can still apply the positive state to or the positive active state idea to a lot of the ones that are about a surface or a platform. Actually, to all of them, really, because it's always a positive or active state, but it's usually also a surface or platform. So let's start there, because it's going to be kind of weird and abstract at first, but I think if we go in order here, it might help. So if I say the book is on the table, okay, that's its location, and the table is a surface. So that's very simple, right? It's very direct, basic meaning of on, right? On top of something. Now you can think that instead of thinking of it as a surface or a platform, which in this case it is a surface, that's fine. You can also think of it as like a positive or active state, because we can ask, well, where is the book existing, right? Where is its current location? So it's on the table, it's not on the floor, right? Or it's not in my hand. So, and that is a really important idea that we're going to talk about later, because on, off, up, down, and out are super tied together, and they are super, super close in many cases, very tightly related to the idea of existence and non-existence. In fact, that is pretty much what the logic of out is really all about. It's about existence and non-existence. We haven't got there yet. Don't worry too much about it. Part of the process of this, unfortunately, like you can go, okay, each chapter or each lesson, right? Okay, yeah, I get that. But there's some things that unfortunately you're not really going to understand, say about on, until you learn up, down, off, and out. And once you learn those, and then you go back to on, and you start looking at all of them, and you're like, okay, I see how all these are starting to relate. And this idea of a positive and positive state or active state is going to start making more sense. And you're going to start feeling it more. But we have to kind of go through these pieces, and there's just a lot of information in each piece, each preposition. So it is what it is, right? This is a completely new type of approach to this, and unfortunately, it's difficult just to lay it out, in a super, super easy way. You kind of have to like work through the material and build up your familiarity with it. If I could make it easier, I would. But this idea of existence, so the book is existing on the table, it's not existing somewhere else. So that's how it could be a positive state or active state. Like, where is it active? Where is it existing? Right? Um, how does deciding on, no would there. Now you say how does or how would, right? We don't want to say would after that. So how would deciding on fit this concept? That's a good question. That's actually a perfect example of the positive or active state. There's also a service or platform, which I think I explained this like last week or something. I don't remember. I remember talking about this recently. So first, the reason why we say decide on, or the easy explanation, you don't have to retract your message. It's a good question. The reason why we say decide on in the first place is because there's this idea in the subconscious of an English speaker, where on is attached to this idea of weight, right? Because, and we don't always have that association, but like if the book is, well, we say it's, I guess I could say it's on my hand technically. I'm not holding it, but let's say my hand is a table, right? And I put it on the table. Okay. Now we just think of that as the table is a surface. There's not necessarily this idea of weight, but you could easily think, well, everything has a weight, right? So if something is on something else, there's a weight. However, if we say, for example, he carries the weight of the world on his shoulders, which is an idiom we have, that means he has a lot of responsibilities. Maybe he's under a lot of stress because he, has all these things that he has to not physically carry, but people depend on him, right? This is a perfect tie, and they rely on him. This is why we say depend on, rely on, because these people or situations are sort of leaning on him, and he has to hold them up in order to support his family or make the project work, whatever it is that he needs to deal with. And so if he has a lot of responsibilities, then we say the world. It's not literally the world, but that just means he has a lot on his shoulders, right? He's sort of carrying a lot. And so there's the idea of carrying. There's this weight, right? You carry a bag on your back, right? And so this is also one reason why we say under stress, which I think I talked about before also. And this is where under and on sort of tie in together, because now you are sort of the platform, and you're under the stress, it's pushing down on you, right? Or you could think of it as you're on a platform wherever you are, which is important for down later. And stress is sort of pushing you into the platform, right? So you're under the stress and it's squishing you. So it makes perfect sense, absolute perfect sense. So when we say depend on or decide on? I forgot. See, you retracted your message. I don't remember. They both work in a similar way, but depend on. Hold on. It's the same idea. Depend, right? You lean on somebody. You rely on somebody for support, for help, for whatever it is. Like a child depends on the parent to make sure that they get food, they get shelter, all this stuff, so that they are dependent on the parent. So that means that the parent has that weight. They have the responsibility to take care of the child, right? So the child depends on the parent, and now it's like they're carrying them, not physically necessarily, but they're carrying their responsibility for the child. If we do decide on, this is a similar idea. Decide is obviously different than depend, but why do we use on with decide? Because, for example, in Spanish, they use de, which would literally be translated as of or from. So it depends of you or it depends from you. But in English, we use decide, or not depend, sorry, decide. What was it? No, it's depend, depender de. What is it with decide? See, I'm confusing depend and decide. Forget that. It's depend on, depender de. Decide on in English, you have a decision, right? You have choices. You say, okay, this is choice A, this is choice B. You have at least two choices, but we'll say three choices. Okay. So do I want this one? Do I want this one? Do I want this one? And you have to choose, you have to select one of those choices, one of those items. And so whatever your decision is, right, so we could tie this into focus on, where your consciousness, right, is actively focused on a particular thing. So okay, I look at this one, I look at this one, I look at this one. Right, it's like there's a light goes off, light goes off, light goes off, because of your attention, your conscious awareness. And then finally, you decide, okay, I want this one, right? So it's like you can look at it as you turn the light on for that one and turn the lights off for the other one. So those are inactive. This is the active one. Or you can look at it again with this sort of weight idea, as in you're putting your decision onto that item, and that's the one that you choose to take or do or whatever it is. So sometimes it's kind of abstract, and there might be more than one way to look at it. There's not necessarily a right answer, but as long as it fits into that core logic idea in some way, then it works. So I kind of got a little off topic on the positive state, active state, but we kind of came back to that, right? Because I wasn't sure about the positive state, active state. I saw it on a book. I mean, wait. So okay. So not this book, right? You say like you saw, whatever it was, depend or decide on, and you saw that in a book you were reading. That would be in, not on, because a book is like a container, right? It's a container of words and chapters, so it contains information. So it's in is a container, which is the next lesson I'm going to be making, and unfortunately I haven't even started it yet. You guys don't even know. I have way too much going on. Way too much going on. Most of it is related to this channel in some way. Questions, or go up and continue to explain that, because I didn't explain that very well. We can go through more examples in the book. Let me see. Where did it go? Go through my chapters. Okay. Number 2 is a subgroup of number 1. It's still surface. It's for body parts. Group 3 for the preposition on is a platform, physical or not. This is why I say surface or platform, because it's a very similar idea, but not all surfaces are platforms necessarily. And some platforms are abstract, right? Like we look at YouTube as a platform for watching videos. It's a video platform. And so we're taking this sort of physical idea of a platform like a stage, where something happens on the stage, and we're expanding that into an abstract way. So we have, websites that are platforms that serve content or allow you to do certain things. So you're on Facebook, on YouTube, on whatever website. And there's a little more to that idea under the surface, but that's the basic idea. So a platform could sort of be abstracted to something that's not physical. But this positive state or active state idea still always applies in some way. It just may not be useful to think of it from that angle. But we say, for example, he loves being on stage. So again, just like the book, you can say, well, he's currently on stage. That's where he is. That's his existence at the moment. That's why I like it, majored in philosophy. Yeah, I majored in philosophy too. Yeah, philosophy majors. And here we are talking about the logic of the prepositions. Yeah, and so you can look at, okay, currently he's on stage as his active position, right? Or you could say, what is he actively doing right now? Well, if he's on stage singing, right, we say he's on stage, he's doing something on stage, or something happened. So you can think of it like there's an active process of him being on stage, doing something on stage. Again, it's very abstract, which is why the idea of a platform, physical or not, is the easier idea here, that works. But you could also look at it from the positive state or active state idea. I'm working on a new book, so this is a good one. So I have this under platform. Why do I have this on platform? So this is like an abstract platform that your attention or consciousness is focused on. You apply your effort to that thing, and it's like your effort is put onto that platform or surface. So again, it's kind of abstract, but you can look at I'm working on a new book, right? Meaning I'm writing a new book. We use working on because I'm focused on it, and this is the thing that is being created because of it. So it's sort of like a platform that you're focused on. You're looking, well, we say looking at. I know that's confusing, but your attention is on, right? On goes very naturally with a lot of these words: attention, focus, and then of course your idea of your awareness. Whatever your awareness, right? Your awareness is like a light. So it's or your consciousness is like a light. So if you're asleep, you're not aware, right? It's like inactive. The light is off, which is why we say if someone is sleeping, we might say, "Oh, he's out," not meaning out as in gone, but if you clearly know that the person is there, and you say, "Oh, he's out right now," now that would probably be interpreted as he's leaving. Okay, out cold. That's a phrase. So especially if like somebody gets knocked out, notice we say knocked out, so they get hit really hard and they lose consciousness. Knocked out. So here we see out and on being connected, because that awareness, that consciousness is now sort of turning off, and so it's like he's not there anymore. His awareness is currently out of existence, right? But when you focus on a book, you're actively writing it, right? It's the thing that you're positively working on. That light is green, it's active, it's going. Well, I guess not green, but it's on. And let's see. Communication platforms, similar idea. Time on Thursday. So you could think, well, the trash comes on Thursday, not on Monday. So Thursday is the active day. That's the positive day, right? All other days are negative or inactive for the trash person to come and get the trash. And then we have the last group, which is only positive state or active state. No surface or platform idea. So we talk about turn on the light. I know in the video I talked about this, keep on going straight until you see the stop sign. So you're already going there. That's obviously active, right? You're actively doing it. Positive, again, is a little bit more of an abstract idea, but I don't want that. That could be a way to explain it, but that could be confusing too. I'm not going to say that. Yeah, active works a lot better than positive. Interesting. I'm trying to find cases of why. I think in some of the cases, but I saw some examples. My connection isn't stable, but this. Let me adjust my thing here. Better not be having internet problems. I have issues. Yeah. The idea, the reason why I put positive state or active state is because I noticed that for most of the examples, the idea of active will work. But there were some cases where this idea of active was kind of like, well, it kind of works, but active isn't the best word to describe that. And so I came up with an alternative, the way that, I don't remember which one specifically, but it's a way to address some of them where the idea of active is kind of weird. But the active state and positive state, they both use to explain or point to the same feeling that we have for the preposition. So, and again, it's telling me my connection is unstable. We need to do something about our internet. Is this being so stupid? Okay. Steve, took me a second. I'm gonna assume you guys can still hear me. Nobody's saying anything, but it's not telling me I'm disconnected. So, why does Drake in 69 use the N-word and nobody cares? Well, I know why for Drake. By 69, you mean Takeshi 69, I guess. I'm not super familiar with all these people. Or 69. Yeah, it says 69. I assume that's who you're referring to. Well, I mean, as far as I know, I don't know if he's full, but Drake is black, right? He's African American, I guess. Like he seems, yeah. Maybe he's like a mix. I don't know. Oh no, his father African American. For Takeshi 69 or 69, I don't really know. I assume he's Asian. He looks kind of Asian to me, and Takeshi is a Japanese name. So I don't really know these people because I don't really listen to their music. But usually, if somebody is, black or half black, then they basically have like the free pass to use the N-word because they sort of like they reclaimed it, and so it's like it's their word, and they can use it, and that's fine. For Takeshi, I don't know. I guess maybe he's sort of been. I mean, if nobody cares, I don't know if anybody cares or not. But if you're saying nobody cares, I'm going to assume that's the case, and I guess maybe he's because he's a rapper and because he's sort of in that type of scene. Maybe he has some like credibility to be able to use it. And I mean, he's as far as I know, he's not white, right? Like I don't think maybe Eminem has used it. I don't know, but probably not. Even for Eminem, that might be, a bit controversial. So it's I think it's a race thing usually, but I don't really know because I don't pay attention to these people. I don't know if anybody cares or not about if they what words they use. So it is what it is. Deciding at no. One thing to keep in mind, it depends where the chunk is. So you will never say deciding at. Well, I don't want to say never because sometimes there's weird cases. On is definitely the default preposition. Most verbs have sort of a default preposition that they'll use if they use a preposition, not as a phrasal verb, just as like the preposition that links it to other things, like focus on something or look at something. Sometimes a particular verb might take other prepositions that still aren't necessarily phrasal verbs, but it changes the relationship and it still works there. But sometimes what happens is you'll have the verb and then you'll have a preposition, and the preposition actually isn't attached to the verb. It just so happens that you have that preposition there because it's attached to the next chunk. And it'll still sort of work with that verb, but the preposition isn't actually attached to that verb as the first chunk. So you get weird cases like that where you might happen to see a particular verb and preposition together, but they don't actually go together normally. Yeah, but for deciding at, I can't think of when I would ever say deciding at. Deciding. Okay, so for example, this is exactly what I was explaining. I could say, number one, remember with some preposition or some verbs, we actually can drop the preposition that they normally use. You can't always do that. There's certain verbs that do that, but decide and I think depend also does that. Yeah, depend and decide are definitely possibilities where you can drop on. And it's not that the on isn't there, it's just you're not saying it. Like if I say, I think he's right, I think that he's right, that is still there. We just don't have to say it in that case. So I could say, for example, you ask me, oh, what are you going to do this weekend? And I might say, let's say there's a party tonight that you and I are going to go to, and our friends are there, and I want to talk to them so that we can all decide you know what's going to happen this weekend, who's available, whatever. So you ask me, oh, what are you going to do this weekend? And I say, um, I'm going to decide at the party. Okay, so that's not decide at something, that's I'm going to decide where, at the party. So those two words could go next to each other, but they're not connected in that case, if that makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense. um, what you're really saying is, I'm going to decide on what I want to do this weekend at the party. But because what I want to do this weekend is clear, we don't need on to link it. And so we just drop the whole thing and we say deciding at the party. Um, or I'm deciding what to do. In that case, the what, we don't need the on there because we're using what to connect the second idea in a second clause. So hopefully that makes sense. Let me know if it doesn't. That's okay. I'll explain it differently. Doppelganger, welcome to the chat. Hope everything is good. You say, I was about to ask why use walk in your shoes instead of walk on your shoes, but I guess I got the idea. In this case, it's almost like you're wearing someone's apostrophe s shoes and putting yourself in someone's situation. Exactly, yeah. But would on have the same meaning once shoes is an abstract concept representing yourself? Hmm. I'm not sure what you mean by your question. Everything before your question is fantastic. It's exactly right. You put shoes on your feet just like you put a shirt on the top of your body, right? So we do use on with with clothes. Um, but the other way to look at that, depending on how we're talking about it, I could say I'm in a green shirt, right? Because my body is in it, but it's also on my body. So you can't just say, oh, I'm on a green shirt, because that sounds like you're standing on top of it. And you can't say, the shirt is in my body, because that sounds like it's inside your body. So you can't just switch these prepositions. It depends on how you're talking, what exactly you're saying. But in and on can they'll both be used with clothes. So you put shoes on your feet, but now your feet are physically inside the shoes. And as you're saying, right, we're not really talking about their actual shoes. We're talking about in their situation. Their shoes represent their situation, right? Um, so that's why we say walk in someone's shoes, because you're sort of putting yourself into their situation. In and in, they both work. Um, I'm not sure what you mean by would on have the same meaning once shoes is an abstract concept. Or I really don't know what you're asking there, because number one, we wouldn't use on in the first place, unless you're physically walking on top of someone else's shoes, um, like not you're wearing them, but like they're on the floor and you walk on top of them. So that's the first part that's confusing to me. And then abstract concept representing yourself, I'm not sure exactly what that means in this case. So if you can give me an example, or maybe re-explain the question a bit, then maybe we could figure that out. Mr. Machiavelli, welcome back to the chat. Nice to see you here. Is there two kinds of N, released and unreleased? Well, there are two kinds of N according to the way I define things, not in terms of released and unreleased. Lily says, got it. That was a while ago. I wonder if my connection is really slow, or if you just sent that. But um, what I talk about the two N's is there's N in the front, there's N in the back, which is like usually written NG. So that's what I call the two N's. But in terms of released and unreleased, I don't think so. Let's see here. Let me look up some linguistic stuff. Released. Maybe this is something that I've never heard it called that before, and maybe it is something that exists. Released N versus unreleased N. Because as far as I know, in linguistics, as far as I know, there is no released and unreleased N. That doesn't even make any sense for the N sound. Are you thinking of the N sound as a stop sound? Because it's not a stop sound. Because you can release and unrelease a stop sound like T. Let's see here. I'm not seeing anything online. So let's go back to the chat here. Doppelganger retracted messages. That's okay if you want to retract them. There's no reason to retract them. Yeah, so Mac, Mr. Mac Belly, where did you hear some other teacher or from something online unreleased N? I can't find anything about it, and it's a strange concept for the N sound. So I think maybe you have either a misunderstanding or somebody told you the wrong thing. And again, it says my connection is unstable. This is really annoying. So if you could tell me where you heard that, or if somebody taught you that, or give me some examples maybe of what should be a released and unreleased N, then I can address that. But otherwise, I would say that there's just the one N for a normal N sound. And then I also count as an N sound too, but that's different than what we're talking about here. Okay, any other questions? I really hope the internet isn't ruining my live stream. We should not have any internet problems. I have to complain. Oh, my stupid mouse. My mouse is dying. Not the battery, the receiver for it, because it's wireless. And it's giving me a lot of trouble with moving around. Good thing my computer is a touch screen, but that's not convenient all the time. Anyway, so if we don't have any other questions, I can go back to some recent comments. Let me also, maybe if I close some of these windows or tabs, that might help. I don't want to close them though. Okay. That should help maybe. What is the best method to learn intonation? Do you think immersion can help? Yeah, well, immersion generally helps everything. I mean, and that's true for anything you're trying to learn, especially any skill you're trying to learn. The more that you are surrounded by that and interacting with that, and you have it in your conscious awareness, the more that you're probably going to get benefit from it, at least up to a certain point. But so yeah, immersion will definitely help intonation. But the key, the thing that people have to understand, when it comes to say learning vocabulary, learning grammar, and developing your listening and speaking skills, not pronunciation, right? Pronunciation underlies all that, the pronunciation and ear training. But just the surface level of my pyramid. If you haven't seen that, you can watch it on my second channel. But vocabulary, grammar, speaking, listening, those things you can get used to without touching pronunciation, right? And there's a reason why I'm saying this. So hold on one second. And you can do all of those things through immersion. You can learn how to speak, you can learn grammar, vocabulary, improve your listening skills all through immersion, all through without necessary. I mean, you do have to kind of pay attention and notice things, but without any like super heavy, like direct. Well, I don't want to say studying, but yeah, I mean, even studying, like a little bit of studying can go a long way, and you can mostly focus on like the immersion and this and that, whatever. Anyway, the point here is that when it comes to pronunciation and ear training, this is what I call the physical mechanical level, physical slash mechanical. Um, which again, just like positive state, active state, this is sort of pointing to the same idea. And not that idea, but these are two things pointing to the same idea. Because when we're talking about how you physically reproduce something, whether that's the mouth with the sounds or how you're perceiving something, at that lowest level, hearing individual vowel sounds, this is something. All areas of pronunciation and ear training is something that you cannot absorb as an adult. At least as far as I know. Maybe you can absorb some of it, but this is one of the differences, one of the few actual relevant differences between children and adults, is that children can still absorb the pronunciation, where it seems to me, in my experience, that adults can't absorb it. They can still learn it, they can still master it, but they can't just absorb it from their environment. Because that physical mechanical pattern for your native language is already so much ingrained that you have to pay conscious attention to figure out what to do with your tongue, hear the difference between words through minimal pairs and things like that. And if you don't spend the time with that conscious effort of trying to notice and make little changes and hear the little differences, then you're probably never going to get them, especially not perfect. You might make some progress, just kind of, listening and speaking a lot, paying a little bit of attention. But if you want to sound either just really good, or definitely if you want to sound completely natural, like 100% natural, like a native, or very native like, then you have to pay conscious attention. So intonation is part of all of this, right? Intonation is kind of special because it really, I don't know how to describe that, but intonation is a little bit special in that I think maybe it doesn't take as much conscious attention necessarily, but you do still kind of have to notice how intonation is used in your language versus how it's used in English, because sometimes things will match. Like it seems in my experience, many languages sort of go up for a question, maybe not exactly the same tone, but they kind of go up for a question, like a basic yes or no question. And so that might be very similar, and you can sort of get by with that, and it won't necessarily sound, it'll still be very understandable, or might even sound natural in another language. But there's sometimes where maybe there's a difference where when I was doing the Japanese interview for Japanese rhythm versus English rhythm, we found that, get that away from my fan, we found that I think it was for WH questions, Japanese and English are different. So if you in Japanese, if you say like mieru, like do you see it or can you see it? Mieru, they kind of go up, right? Like can you see it or do you see it? But then if we say what do you see, right? We go down at the end. We don't go up. We don't say what do you see, because that sounds like you're questioning the question, as I like to explain it. But in Japanese, you say like what is it? I don't remember if they'd use o or ga, but something like nani o mieru, nani o mieru. And I'm not an expert on Japanese, but that's what, if I remember right, that's what the person I was talking to was telling me. And so you might have a case where one language treats all questions with the same type of tone, and another language will treat different kinds of questions with different kinds of tone, right? So that's sentence final intonation, which is a specific thing, but that's just an example that if you're not really paying attention, you won't necessarily absorb that. You might use your native language intonation. So you always need, for anything related to pronunciation and ear training, especially down at the individual sound level, but also for the stress, the rhythm, the intonation, you need at least some degree of conscious attention and focus. And the immersion will definitely help because you're going to have more opportunities to hear it. You're going to have more opportunities to possibly use it if that's part of your immersion. You're speaking and listening, so it just gives you more opportunities for the input and the output. But as for the best method to learn intonation, that goes back to what I'm saying is it's conscious paying attention. Now, there's a difference between consciously noticing something and then trying to consciously adapt that into the way you speak versus trying to memorize a bunch of rules. Because even if you do memorize a bunch of rules, they're just knowledge. They're not part of your skill, which is why you can, it's not necessarily the best or easiest method, but you could, even as an adult, you could study no vocabulary, study no grammar, listen a lot, and or speak a lot, and you'll still become very good at that language. Your pronunciation may not be all that great, but you can still get very, very far on that top level without the pronunciation underneath it. I lost my thought there. Too much going on in my brain. Yeah, you can absorb that even as an adult. I don't think it's the best way. I don't think it's the easiest way necessarily. There's more efficient ways. A little bit of grammar goes a long way. But you can absorb that, where even with the intonation, you need to pay that conscious attention and not try to memorize the rules. So if you can memorize a bunch of grammar rules, you can memorize a bunch of vocabulary rules, maybe you know all the grammar, but if you never listen, you never speak, you're not going to be able to listen and speak very well. So the memorizing rules will not develop the skill. There is some connection. Obviously, you need maybe some knowledge, whether that's you're noticing it or directly learning it through study. There has to be some sort of gaining of knowledge in the process, little by little, but knowledge is not skill. This is the big mistake that everybody makes when learning skills, or one of the big mistakes. So if you memorize a bunch of intonation rules, that's it's not going to help you speak with proper intonation. Maybe some of them, like if you do like one at a time, okay, there's this intonation rule, and then you practice using that and trying to hear that a lot, instead of like memorizing a list of intonation rules and say, okay, I got it. And then in your skill, you're listening and speaking, it's actually not going to have much effect. So pay attention, try to hear the intonation, hear the rhythm. Now, intonation is also tricky, especially in a stress time language. And so this is where a little bit more of studying can be super useful. And I'm going to be talking more about intonation in the pronunciation course. I'm going to be doing the placement lesson next. And then I'm going to finish up the rhythm lessons. I have like one big rhythm lesson I know for sure about thought chunking that I'm going to make. And I had another idea for a rhythm lesson. I forgot what it was. And then there's the linking. I know people are waiting for linking, so I'm going to get to that as well. But intonation I will also be talking about probably towards the end of the course. And I might reorganize some of these videos later, but I will be talking about that. It's not on my immediate radar. Okay, so we have some other comments that have built up here. So Wenders, welcome to the chat. The word to has 7 pronunciations according to one of the English coaches on YouTube, which are, I guess that's just a T or a D by itself. Like the T apostrophe, D apostrophe. T plus schwa, D plus schwa, T plus U, T plus a. Now, see, is that a as in the way that I transcribe it, or is that as in the way that other teachers transcribe it? This is where it gets a little bit confusing, unfortunately. It probably means D plus so it'd be the unmerged sound. Okay, so yeah, we hear as in bar. Okay, so that would be the unmerged so T plus D plus when to use the sound. This is. Can you give me some examples of what he said for the ah, like ta and da? Because I can't think of. That seems extremely strange to me. That sounds like maybe a regional accent. Um, I would never say ta or da for two. Um, talking about the preposition to. Okay, I had to go. I had, so he would say like I had to go. I had to like that. I had to go, or I had to go. I had to go. Never, never, ever, 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 ever. That sounds unbelievably horrible. Like I don't know what that guy's talking about. Maybe if I heard him, I could kind of see why he's saying that, but that doesn't make any sense to me at all. Um, let's talk a little bit about two. We're gonna look at want to. Um, no, want to makes it more complicated. Let's do something that's easy. No, yeah, let's do want to because that's gonna be okay. We're gonna do want to. No problem, lenders. Let's talk a bit about two because there is multiple ways, or there are multiple ways to pronounce it. Um, especially this particular word. Remember, I've been telling you guys about this idea of the dynamic range and flow of real speech. Um, not anything that sounds informal, not anything that is regional, right? It's still all perfectly standard. It's real messy English. It's not street language or anything. It's just part of the way that the average person speaks. There's often more than one right answer, whether it's linking or the exact sound that you might use, especially for a reduction. And the preposition to, as we've seen many times already, is a very, very special word because it's super high frequency. And not only does the oo often reduce to but that T in two is also very, very weak. It's sort of a special case. And it can potentially turn into a D, especially a flat D, depending on what's going on around it. Okay. So if we look just at the word to by itself, okay, there's two ways to pronounce this word. Right? It's very simple. Just like many words that have a reduction, there's two ways to say it, right? There's to, which is the fully enunciated, clear way to say it. And sometimes it will come out that way, especially if there's a vowel to connect the oo after it, makes it more possible. It's linking rules. But saying to is perfectly fine. Very frequently, most of the time, we will reduce the oo to the schwa sound, and we'll say ta. Okay. So those are the two basic ways to pronounce it, to or ta. Neither is right or wrong. They're both just perfectly fine. Depends which one comes out, but the reduction is most common because we use reductions very much. Very much. I was going to say very a lot. And I was like, all right. So we use reductions a lot. Depending on what's before to, we can get some more variations. So if we say, before we go to want to, let's say, fly to. Now we have a verb, or verb. It is a verb now. We have a vowel sound, I, before the T. And we know that in American English, again, this is a special case because to is at the start of the word here, but we know normally inside of a word or between words, if you have vowel T vowel, then it's going to create a flapped D in American English. Okay. The preposition to, because it's very, very weak and very common, is also susceptible or can be affected by that change as well. And so if we have a vowel sound before to, you don't have to do this. It just gives us another variation of what might happen, but it becomes very likely that we're actually going to flap the D in two, or turn the T into a flap D. Because remember, some teachers call it a flap T because it's spelled with a T, but in American English, a flap D and a flap T are the same sound. It's just a D sound, so I don't say flap T. Um, so that's confusing. That's why. But flyta, flyta. I'm gonna fly to California. Flyta. Okay. Super, super common. Now you could also say flyta. Keep the T there. Flyta. I'm gonna fly to California. Doesn't sound bad. Does it sound weird? There's no problem there. It's just if it comes out that way, it's fine because it's supposed to be a T. Um, but we can change it into a flat D in this situation because that vowel sound is before it. So that gives us, right, we have to and ta, so you can say fly to, fly to. You can say fly to with a flap D, fly to with a flap D. And it's really a question of not what's possible, but what's likely. So in the case of to by itself, most likely it's going to be ta, right? In the case of a vowel before to, most likely it's going to be da with the flat D and the schwa, because the schwa is most likely, and then the flat D in this situation is most likely. But doing it with to or ru, right, like fly to California, those are also possibilities that could happen. Okay, there's nothing wrong with them. They're just less likely. Um, and this all starts to get really complicated, and you start saying, well, how do I memorize all this? How do I master this? And number one, you don't have to master all the variations. You can kind of pick one. So you say, okay, vowel plus two is I'm just going to flap it always, and reduce the u to and I'm just going to always say it that way. You can just choose that and make it easy on yourself because there's nothing wrong with that. You can choose the most likely option and just always do it, but know that in actual real native speech, we're going to get some of these variations where maybe we don't reduce, because it doesn't happen to reduce in that particular the time that the speaker said it, or for whatever reason. There could be any number of reasons why something doesn't change or changes in a particular way. So you don't have to make it so complicated, but know that when you're listening to natives, that you're going to hear these variations, but you're mostly going to hear, what is most likely. So in this case, flyta. Now, if we say want to, okay, this is another really special case and points again to how the T in to is very weak. We know this often becomes wanna. And this is because of the NT plus vowel linking rule. So we know if we have NT plus a vowel, the T will disappear. It doesn't have to. Again, it doesn't have to. That's why a lot of these rules are just things that are very likely. But if you're the slower and more enunciated that you're speaking for some special reason, the more likely you aren't going to drop sounds, you aren't going to reduce things. Okay. So it's again about that dynamic range and flow based on how fast you're speaking or how clearly you're speaking for whatever reason in the flow of the context and the flow of your speech. Very often NT plus vowel, the T disappears, the N connects to the vowel instead. So if we say want out, you can say want out, that's fine. Not likely. We're probably gonna say want out, connect the N, want out. With want and to, again, to is a very, very special case. Normally it won't work this way if there's want plus a T word. To is very, very special because it's super common and weak. So it's very flexible. So we get wanna because you can say want to. That's a way to say it very nice and clearly. There's nothing wrong with that. We're just very unlikely to say it that way unless we have a special reason to do that. You can say want to, where you stop the first T, right? Because the T at the end of a word can be stopped or held, and then push out the second T in to, want to. Or you can, in this particular special case, you can use the NT plus vowel rule, even though there's two T's. That T in to is very weak and disappears, and we get wanna. Or you can even not reduce it, right? You can say want to, want to. Okay, that's two possibilities. You can say want to, want to. So where we're holding the first T and then reducing to ta. So it's four possibilities for this. All of those are not particularly likely, but they're possible. Then we have wanna, which is probably the most likely, and wanu, where you don't reduce to ta. Okay, I don't want to. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just not as likely as wanna, which is the definitely by far compared to all the other ones, the most likely option we'll use. Um, but again, if we have a vowel after two, right, we can use the right. It's spelled to, but it's an oo sound. We can use the oo plus vowel rule, linking rule, which is where we create a small w. That's what I call it, a small w. So if we say I don't know, like who is, or we don't say who is, although you technically could do that. For various reasons. We won't worry about that. Most likely, we're going to flow very nicely. We're not going to go all the way into a W and say who whiz. That's too far. It's going to be like a small W because oo is close to w, the W sound. So who is, and it sounds like there's a little W in between them. You can apply that to two, right? And instead of saying reducing it to ta, you can go from to a vowel. That's fine. But if there's a vowel after it that we can link with this small W, then in that context, like to eat, okay, you don't have to say to eat. You can say to eat or to eat. They're both fine. But because now we can very nicely flow with that oo sound, now it makes the oo, the not reduced version, a little more likely than the reduced version. It's not required, right? But it makes it a little more likely. So again, dynamic range and flow. We're adjusting based on the sounds around. Okay. So there's not just one static rule all the time that says, oh, in this case, you do this. In this case, you do that. Sometimes there are static rules like that, and they'll pretty much always apply. But often there's more than one possibility. And that's because we don't clearly say every single word. We don't enunciate every single word all the time. You could do that if you have a special reason, but we like to try to flow faster and flow more easily and blend things. And so the clearly enunciated way is fine, and it could always potentially come out that way. It's just not likely, right? Especially if you don't have a special reason to clearly say every single word. And so one sound might be here, the next sound is over here, the next sound is over here. And again, it sounds very complicated. It's not as complicated as it seems, but there's a lot of pieces. There's a lot of moving pieces between the sounds and the various linking rules that could apply in a particular case. So it seems very complicated, but it's just complex. And it takes time. It does take time, but I'm trying to lay things out for you guys in a way that maybe makes it a little easier. It's just a lot of information, right? That's why I start with the sounds first, because before we talk about the linking, if I tell you, oh yeah, you could do tu or ta, and you don't know what is because you haven't learned the schwa sound, what's the point of talking about the linking? There's not much point. So anyway, moving on. All right, so Steve, man, that was some long explanations. Simple context, a person growing on YouTube and somebody says, you've grown a lot. This means that he grew and he keeps growing, right? So would it be the same as you've been growing a lot? Okay, good question. So we have a question about a grammar question here. Okay, so no and no. So when we say you've grown a lot, that means that, right, the person started growing, and then up to this point now, when I say you have grown a lot, in that period of time, there has been growth. So yes, the person grew in that period of time until now, right? And then we can use the present perfect to link it to the present. You have grown a lot. So that is true, right? It means he grew. It does not mean that he keeps growing. Most likely, the growth isn't just going to stop. But let's say, for example, right? Say you have a nephew, right? Like you have for those who don't know the word nephew, that's like, say you have a brother and he has a son, that's your nephew. Okay, so you have a nephew. Let's say you saw him when he was 5 years old, right? Super small. And then the next time you see him, he's 18. Okay, so physically, he's probably not going to grow anymore. And I know you're not talking about a physical example, but it doesn't matter. Physically, he's probably not going to grow anymore, right? So if you say, "Oh, you've grown a lot since the last time I saw you," he's probably not going to grow anymore. Maybe mentally, but physically, no, he's done growing. So it doesn't imply that it will continue going. It just says up to this point, there has been a lot of growth, right? Growing happened in that period of time. And with you've been growing a lot, that also has nothing to do with the future. It doesn't mean anything about continuing, although that one does kind of start pointing that way. It's just not the point of the sentence. If you say you've been growing a lot, that sounds like recently, right? So let's say, on my YouTube channel, I grew a little bit, I grew a little bit, I grew a little bit, and then in the last, 2 months, I got a lot of growth, right? And you say, wow, you've been growing a lot, right? So it sounds like recently you have been in the process of growing a lot. And that will probably point to the future in this context, but it's not necessarily implied. It's not about continuing growing. It's just a statement of the growth that has happened. So hopefully that's clear. Doppelganger. Hadn't and haven't is the same as didn't have and don't have. No, not in American English at least. If so, is the first one considered old-fashioned because it's not used so often, but I see here and there sometimes reading. Same for needn't, don't need. Is it a British thing? Okay, so this is a good question. And there are a couple of exceptions in American English, if I can think of them, but the way that Americans usually use have as a main verb, in modern American English, if you go back, say, maybe 100 years to 150 years or so, it kind of starts going and sounding a little bit more British. But in modern American English, when we use have as a main verb, if we say, I don't have a car, okay. If you say, I haven't a car, that's going to sound British. Okay, Americans, at least most Americans, would not say that. Okay, now there are times, I thought of one of the exceptions, there are times where we can use that haven't structure as a main verb. Usually have is going to work like any other verb. It's going to be I don't, verb, whatever, right? I don't see anything. I don't have a car. I don't like that, right? We don't say I liken't it or I see'n't it, whatever. Like we don't say that. But there are some expressions, certain phrases, like I haven't a care in the world. So this means I have no worries. There's nothing I'm worried about. Everything is nice. Life is good. Okay, no stress. I haven't a care in the world. Now you can still say I don't have a care in the world. It means the same thing. But this is a set phrase that in American English we still use. But usually when you try to use haven't as a main verb, not as the present perfect, right? If it's I haven't done it, that's perfectly fine. There's no problem with that. Because have and not in the perfect tenses can contract, perfectly fine. But have as a main verb will not contract with not most of the time, if it's not sort of a set phrase that we have. It will sound British, okay? Now, so it would also maybe be considered kind of old-fashioned sounding. To me, it just kind of sounds weird and wrong, or British, right? But for American English, it's like, why are you saying it that way? Like maybe if you put a little bit of an accent, right? Like you're pretending to be a British person or an American from like 200 years ago, before the American accent like really developed. Or well, actually, no, I guess it would have developed before that. But long ago, hundreds of years ago, American or British, whatever. But you try to say it in sort of a fancy way, and you say, I haven't a car, because the accent kind of comes with it, whether we're trying to sound British or we're trying to sound sort of like really old-timey, like how Americans maybe spoke before the country was founded, like in the early 1700s or something. We imagine that they had more of a British accent. So it just sounds maybe traditional or old-fashioned, sophisticated, and so if you want to say it that way for a special reason to give that impression, you could, but that's not the way we speak normally. Um, and then for needn't and don't need, needn't I think is a bit more common. Most likely, like 9 times out of 10, we're going to say don't need. Right, so that's definitely going to be like the normal way, but needn't, like I needn't hurry, or you needn't do that. That sounds okay. It still sounds like American English, but it sounds really formal. Um, and it kind of has a bit of a British sound to it, but it definitely sounds very formal and maybe a bit old-fashioned. So yeah, I don't need, again, for all verbs, especially in American English, the only thing that's going to contract with not is going to be the helping verb. So that's do not, cannot, maybe must not, mustn't, right? Do that. But the main verb itself is not going to contract with not. Meadow, took me a second to acknowledge your presence here. Sorry about that. Very busy, as you can see. But thank you for joining us and entering the chat. It is so funny that many times I get into the chat and find Josh speaking about whether Japanese or Spanish. I know, right? Yeah. Well, those are my two big references, along with German. Spanish obviously is my biggest reference because that's the other language I actually speak. Japanese I know quite a bit about, but especially my speaking skills are not very good. And then German, especially for sounds, I like German, but I also don't really particularly speak German yet. But those are my references. So those are the ones that I use when comparing things. Okay, doppelganger. Does the high? You spelled that very, very phonetic looking. Shua. Yeah, it's schwa. It's a really weird spelled word. It's actually phonetically, I would write schwa like this. How do I do that? Schwa. There's a couple ways I could transcribe it actually, but it's kind of actually like wah. Like I would do it like this. The second W silent to represent that ah sound. So it's like schwa, because the first S at the beginning, there's no point to have it in there. But anyway, yeah, that's the proper spelling. So does the high schwa, as I call it, the high schwa? If people don't know what the high schwa is, I'll maybe explain that in a second. It's not an actual schwa; it's just a special name I have. Does the high schwa come out when you say to with the schwa? With an actual schwa. Can it happen? The vowel from the word good. Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, if you haven't seen the lesson, hopefully everybody here has, because that means you're watching my videos and learning stuff. But the sound like in book or good, I think this is commonly called like the short oo or something, which is like the worst possible thing you can call it, because not only is it inaccurate, but it's very misleading and confusing. I call it the high schwa because, as I explained in the main lesson, the schwa is kind of here in the middle, and then in my mouth, it feels kind of like if I were to, instead of putting the sound here, if I were to put the sound sort of like up on the front of the back of my tongue, and I kind of like try to push the back of my tongue forward, uh, uh, uh. So it's like I'm sort of taking the schwa position and moving it, but it's not an actual schwa. Don't get confused by that. It's just my name for it. And it's not a reduction sound. So does the high schwa come out? So does come out when you say to with the schwa, meaning the reduced to ta? So specifically, so do you mean like, can you use the high schwa instead of the schwa? Or it sounds more like you're asking, when you reduce it to the schwa, is there like some high schwa in there somewhere? And we can actually address both of those. So to it's definitely not going to be a high schwa. Okay, it's oo and it would reduce to so it's not supposed to be just a straight high schwa. Can there be a little bit of a high schwa sort of in there somewhere? Ta. So if I try to do it that way, it sounds it sounds kind of like the way that some people might speak, especially if, like to me, it seems kind of like Sylvester Stallone, like Rocky, right? The Rocky movies, and he has that way that he speaks, like, hey, I want to go to the fight. We're gonna win. I don't know. Probably did a horrible impersonation there, but with the way he speaks, I can kind of imagine him maybe like doing like starting a little bit in the high schwa and then dropping into the schwa, but it gives you like a special type of sound that I don't think most people do. So maybe some particular speakers might use it that way, but I would say no. There's not supposed to be any bit of high schwa in the reduction for two. It's just ta. You release the T and you just go ta, ta, ta. That's all it is. Um, what about two with D sound? I don't know if this is referring to something I was explaining earlier. Oh yeah, because I put fly too. And so I think I addressed that. um, oh yeah, so or maybe not. So there's sometimes right, we do like fly to, it's going to turn into a flap D. There are times where the T and two can actually turn into a regular D as well. And that's going to be very likely if the sound before it is voiced, but not a vowel. Because if it's a vowel, all vowels are voiced. If it's a vowel, we're going to flap it. Most likely. We're not going to do a regular D, like fly to. I'm going to fly to California. Like maybe if you're speaking really quickly and you just do a light, quick little D instead of actually tapping it, you could do that, but we're probably just going to tap it. Like it's there's no reason to actually solidly connect there. But if I say, for example, uh, well, going to often reduces to gonna. If we don't reduce the going to gun, you could say like either going to, going to, or you can say going to, going to with a T, or you could say going to, going to, going to, going to. Like I'm going to the store, going to the store. Again, it has to be a really quick light D. It's not actually a flap, especially there because there's the N. They say going. We're not going to release and then flap, so you would just release a normal D there, right? So it's another variation in that context. You can actually sometimes use a regular light D, or not a light D, a weak D. Light D, weak D, soft D, same thing. Not a strong D, right? It's not going D. That's wrong. Um, so that's another variation depending on what's going on around the word two. Yeah. Again, remember, two is a very special word, very, very special word that gives us many more combinations. So it has a lot of possibilities compared to most words. Does the schwa sound could? So you say does and could. All right, we're not going to put those together. You either need does or could. So does the schwa sound shift or could the schwa sound shift? And in that case, you're asking two slightly different questions. Does, you're just asking like, is it a fact? Yes or no, right? Is this true? Or if you say could, it's still about like, okay, is it a yes or no? But now instead of asking like straight, like, is it true or not? It just has a yes or no question. If you use could, now it sounds kind of like possibly. Is it possible? So it just gives it a different flavor. The meaning here between does and could is so similar, it doesn't really matter. You can use either one, but you can't use both of them in this sentence here. Anyway, so does this raw sound shift to ah sound in some contexts? I would say no. If it does, it's something that I am not consciously aware of. But out of all the experience that I have, because there's still some things that I'm noticing, or about the way some people speak and this and that and whatever. And so I don't necessarily have all the answers. I have lots of experience. I have lots of knowledge about this, but so I can't say 100% for sure. But if you were to ask me, I would say no. It would never shift to ah, like ever. It's strange. So, okay, and it kind of also defeats the purpose of the schwa. Now, if we're talking about the schwa, right? Because when I use the word schwa, I'm talking about the upside down E, which is really what people call the schwa, that little reduction sound. Um, and then there's the upside down V IPA symbol, which is sounds basically the same. It's basically the same sound. I refer to them both as the schwa. The second one is the not true schwa. But especially if we're talking about the true schwa, the actual the little reduction sound, it defeats the purpose of using that because is not a reduction. So you're literally changing to ta. Like you're changing the word completely, because the only reason why to changes to ta is because we can reduce to the schwa. It's a reduction. If you go to ta, you're not reducing it. You're completely just changing the sound and changing the word, which ta is not a word. So that, like, it doesn't make any sense at all. But anyway. Okay, moving on. Get some more tea here. Let's see. Is there a difference between it has been planted and it has planted? Good question. Yes. So the difference between have done. Wait. Yeah. And have been done. For some reason, have been done sounded weird to me for a second. I was like, no, yeah, that's right. These two, in many contexts, I've mentioned this, I think, once before. In many contexts, the difference in the meaning between have done and have been done is so small that it kind of doesn't matter. So sometimes you will find them interchangeable. It won't matter. But they do. There is a difference between them, and there's a reason why both of them exist. And so they don't mean the same thing, but some contexts they'll be so close that it doesn't matter. So your question, the simple answer is yes, there would be a difference. Does the difference matter in this question or in this context? Let's see. It has been planted. It has planted. Well, let's see. Yes, there's a difference. If you say it has been planted, okay, in this case, that sounds like passive voice, right? Like the plant, I have a plant, right? The plant is planted, right? Someone plants the plant, that's active voice. I plant the plant. But if the plant is the subject, not me, I can say the plant is planted by me, right? And so it's passive voice. Now you can use passive voice in the present perfect, which would be has been planted, okay? Because the is planted changes to been with the have. So that's what that sounds like in this context, okay? It has been planted, meaning the plant. So the plant is the subject of the sentence. We're not saying who planted it, we're just saying that someone planted it. Okay, it doesn't matter who. Where if you say it has planted, now let's say it is still plant, right? Plant is the subject. That sounds like the plant planted something else, right? And that doesn't really make sense because plants can't plant things. And I'm saying plant a lot, but it's a noun and a verb. So if you say it has planted, I'm going to say what. Number one, what for it? That would be nice to know. But even if it is clear, we need more, right? So if I say I have planted the plant, or the plant has been planted, right? So that's just difference between passive and active in the present perfect tense. But let's say it has, so let's say it is a spider. So we say it has planted, you still need what? It has planted what? It has planted eggs, right? In this location, right? A spider lays eggs, but if it places those eggs in a specific location, we can say that it planted the eggs in that location. Slightly different use of plant, but it's the same idea. Okay. Which one? Oh, Frederick, welcome to the chat. Which one is the more neutral American accent from where? Well, I don't know. Yes, thank you, Steve, for mentioning my video there. And yes, my second video for the second question. Very good. You're on it, Steve. Very nice. You're like a moderator. Very good. But yes, I would point you in the direction of those videos if you have not seen them, Frederick. The short answer for these questions, which one is the more neutral American accent? There is none. The thing about the neutral American accent is that, okay, number one, the way that most pronunciation teachers teach you is actually a semi-fake accent that very few, if any, people actually speak in American English as natives. It still sounds very neutral. It still sounds very American. But there's little details about it that make it sort of special in a way. And that's the way you're usually taught. And you can learn that way if you want. Like learning instead of ah merged, like I teach you, you can learn ah and ah, and that's fine. But now, obviously, the South, that's we don't consider that neutral, right? Because it clearly sounds very different from the way that most people speak. There's lots of people in the Northeast, especially in certain areas of New York and Boston and that area, where many of those speakers will have a some accent, like they're from New York or something. I can't do it very well, but or in Boston, right? They say get in the car instead of car. Get in the car, right? I'm gonna go get a coffee instead of coffee, right? That's very different than the standard way that most Americans speak. So you can have little things like that, or in the north, say around like Michigan, which is funny because Michigan is considered to be part of the neutral area, but there's some speakers in Michigan and that area where most Americans will be able to tell that you're from that area very clearly because or no, not Michigan, Minnesota. That's it. I'm from Minnesota, right? They start lengthening certain vowels. Same thing, North Dakota. We're from North Dakota. So there's some states up in the north where they start changing certain vowel sounds that start standing out, right? They're very noticeable. But for most speakers, especially in the West, right? The West is a really big region, and there's little pockets of variation here and there. Even in the West, it's a big area. But most speakers in the West, which would be like at least a third of the country, most speakers through the middle of the country, through the North Midland of the country, up into the Northeast. Okay, so we're excluding the South, and we're excluding the North, not like the middle North. But most speakers throughout the rest of the country, they do speak slightly different. I speak slightly different than somebody from, say, Indiana or Chicago. And I speak slightly different from somebody, say, in Western New England. But those differences are so small that, number one, most people won't really notice them. They're much more likely to notice vocabulary dialect differences. Like I say soda, but some people on the East Coast or even in Oregon will say pop. It's another word that means the same thing. I don't say pop, I say soda. That is something where people will really notice because they're like, you're not from here, you're from somewhere else. And some people might be able to pick up some little differences based on where they are, where they grew up. So if like I'm from California, I go to, say, Western New England, maybe some people will be able to tell a little difference here and there. But most people, the average person, probably won't notice any difference. And if they do, the difference is going to be so small that it really doesn't matter. It still sounds neutral. It doesn't sound like a specific accent, like you're from the South or something. And so which accent is the more neutral accent? There is none. There's neutral American, which covers most of the country with slight little tiny changes across the country. That's it. They pretty much all sound neutral. The South is the biggest exception area to that. But difference between only stress, non-stress. Yeah, so I was just talking about that when I mentioned the true schwa and the not true schwa, which I talked about in the main lesson for the schwa, but also as Steve pointed out in the truth about the schwa sound. These two, now, technically speaking, according to linguistics, and and say in other languages, they're not exactly the same sound. But in English, especially American English, with the way that we make the sound and we use the sound, and how we perceive the sound, we think of both of these as UH. That's how we would try to phonetically write it using English characters instead of like the IPA. We would write them the same. And there is technically a very slight difference between them, but they sound pretty much the same. So I just say they're the same sound. The schwa is like the upside down E, which is the true schwa sound. That's never supposed to be stressed because it's a reduction sound, usually. Sometimes it's just the sound, like about. The is not reduced, it's just that's what the sound is. But it's a common sound for reductions. And then the upside down V is So it could be a little bit more open, maybe a little bit more back, but it's basically just like you're trying to say the schwa, more open, a little more louder, more loudly, it's fine. And the trick here, and I did experimentation with this on myself and other native speakers, not all of whom are, I actually used whom, right? Because I'm thinking in English mode. We almost never use whom, like it's very strange, but almost all of, because I want to say which, almost all of which are not necessarily from California. Like one of my friends is from Nevada, which is also West Coast, but or Western American. But anyway, what I discovered is that, right, so of, for example, is supposed to be, right, like the upside down E, the true schwa. It's just, or if we add the V, we keep the V, we say of, right, the color of the sky, color of super small, nice schwa sound. But if I want to say of, for some reason, for whatever reason, I want to say of nice and clearly, right? And I say, I love the color of the sky, the color of the sky. I can make it a little bit louder, a little bit more open, and it will still sound like pretty much the same sound. It's not going to sound like a different sound. In contrast, or not contrast, thoughts are mixing here. On the other end of that, if we take a word that is like love or some that's supposed to use the upside down V, and we say it really fast in like really fast speech, or even in normal speech, and we don't open quite as much, but we still, make it loud, a bit louder, so that, right, it's supposed to be stressed. I love the color. Also in color, right? Love the color of the sky. So we actually have the, of the, those are the true schwas, the upside down E's. And then we have the upside down V, or the A without a line through it. We have love and color, right? So I love the color of the sky. I love the color of the sky. Okay, they sound almost exactly the same. The main difference between them is that one is going to be a little more open and stressed. The other one is going to be more closed, faster, shorter, not stressed. So even though that's not 100% technically accurate according to linguistics, in American English, it's accurate enough and makes things easier for you to where you will still sound completely natural, you'll still sound completely neutral, and you don't have to worry about these two different symbols and trying to hear the difference between them, because that's a completely pointless task. And if people disagree with me, whatever, I don't care. This is my position on it. Anyway, Shunshun, hello, welcome to the chat. So long after, I'm sure you said hi, sorry. I'm so behind, guys. This is a productive live stream. Let's see. Okay, so Lily, the only guy I've seen who achieved native fluency in my language, has been hanging out with Brazilians from the age of 19 to the age of 29, or from 19 to 29. And that's the only language he knows besides English. He's Irish. Russians tend to get very close at sounding like native Portuguese speakers, or a native Portuguese speaker, which is funny because the languages seem to be pretty different, but some sounds always give them away. Interesting. Okay. As Doppelganger concurs. That's interesting. It's totally possible to sound like a native speaker, but impossible if you speak more than 2 languages. So I think it all depends on your goals. Back in college, I had former professors who had pretty strong accent but spoke the language at a very high level. It's all part of the same comment. Okay, so you say it's totally possible to sound like a native speaker, but impossible if you speak more than 2 languages. I would absolutely 100%, 110% disagree with that. And in fact, I would argue that the opposite is true, because when you learn the sound system of your first foreign language, and especially if you're trying to sound native and you get that down really, really well, you actually have more anchor points in your mouth. You have more experience with how to manipulate your tongue, and it actually then becomes relatively easier to master the pronunciation of a third language, which will then make it relatively easier to master the pronunciation of a fourth language, and so on and so on. Just like learning one language makes the process of learning another language easier, because you've already gone through it once, you kind of know what to do, you have a good idea. It's the same thing. You're getting more knowledge, more skill with manipulating your tongue. And so it doesn't make any sense to me why it would be impossible or less possible to master the pronunciation of 2 languages. In fact, I would say the opposite. It makes it more possible and relatively easier. So I would disagree with you in that. But anyway, moving on. Mr. McValley, again, I can't speak yet. Mr. McValley, I have another question, please. The short vowel in, I hate when people call it short and long vowel. But anyway, the short vowel, as in cat, is it different from the vowel in bag? No, it's the same. Some people, when there's a g after they'll say it a little bit differently. Like my grandma does that. I think people also from the north of the country do that too, where instead of bag, they'll say like bag. But most people don't do that. At least in my experience, it sounds like an accent to me. So yeah, cat bag. You're going to hear a little bit of slight difference, not because of the vowel sound, but because the T after it is voiced. Obviously, you're also going to a different position, T or the T or G. That's going to slightly maybe change the exact sound, very microscopically, not to where it actually changes the sound. It's just if your ears are super, super good, you might hear a little difference going at to g. But the main thing that might make it seem a little bit different is the T is voiceless and the g is voiced. So it gives the illusion that the in bag is maybe a little longer, and many teachers will tell you that it's not longer. That's an illusion, because you're continuing the voice from the vowel ag, right, instead of at. So other than that, the sound itself is exactly the same. Yeah. It's all part of the same. Yeah. I figured that. Shunshin, do you think the Z sound sometimes sounds like an S sound? Notice, interesting, we would write like an or say an instead of a, because remember, everything is based on pronunciation. This is a perfect example. It's not about the spelling or about the words. So it's you see the letter S, right? We're talking about the S sound. So you think, okay, well, a, if there's a vowel sound after a, we're supposed to say an, right? But here, right, so you see the S and you're like, okay, a S sound. And sometimes natives break that rule, but it sounds much better to say an S sound, because when we say the name of the letter, right, the letter doesn't start with S, the letter starts with E. It's the letter S. That's the name of the letter. So the name actually starts with a vowel sound, so we're going to say like an S sound. Okay, always pay attention to the pronunciation, ears. Okay, but anyway, like in this case, please smile. The Z sound, please sounds like S to me. Okay, so this is a good question. Something that can happen, especially between S and Z, I've noticed that it can happen a bit between F and V, but S and Z really stands out more, probably because F and V are their placement is how that physically works. But with S and Z, yeah, if you clearly say please, please, please. Now notice if I say this quickly, please, please, please. Now I'm not saying please, please like a straight S. I go into the Z, But as I drop after that word, right, because that's the only word I'm saying, please, okay, please. So as I drop the air, I also drop the voice. And so you have to start in the Z because it's supposed to be a Z sound, but that doesn't mean you have to hold the Z necessarily. If you're speaking really nice, enunciating clearly, say, please do it, then we're probably going to hear a full Z there. But in the flow of normal speech, that Z can the voice can sort of drop while we're still holding the position, and you get a little bit of an S at the end of the Z. That's possible. Now, if the next sound, like it's smile, the next word starts in an S sound, this makes it even more likely. Because it's kind of hard to do like I mean it's not hard, but if we're speaking quickly, it's hard to sort of push out that voice on the Z and then drop it to go into the smile. So I was like, you could do that, say please smile if you're speaking more slowly, please smile. But if I'm speaking quickly, please smile, please smile, please. Now I'm just going straight into an S because I'm speaking quickly and I'm dropping the Z. And actually, let me see, am I lengthening the S? Please smile. Yeah, I'm actually making it a slightly longer S. And I might be very, very quickly hitting the Z, but again, in fast speech, you can just make it a long S. That's fine. But if you're speaking a little slower, a little more clearly, don't do that. Okay, it's not please or please smile. It sounds weird if you're speaking more slowly or more clearly. Okay, so be careful with that. Again, that's the dynamic range and flow. Speed affects things. Okay, retracted messages. Doppelganger at Lily. Okay, talk about that. Blah 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 blah. Oh yeah, Lily, it won't let you put links. Sorry. It's just a YouTube chat thing. They don't allow links. I don't know if I can turn that on or not, but you'll have to give them like the name of the channel. Okay, Frederick, could you speak a bit of Spanish for us? Pues claro. Mi español ahorita es más de un poco fuera de práctica y no sé, y imagino que señor Federico es un hablante de español, quizá portugués, y no sé, pero aquí estoy hablando de español, no sé de qué puedo hablar. Pero sí, ¿es suficiente? Yeah, I'm really out of practice on my Spanish. It's kind of hard for me to keep a flow, but because I'm so out of practice, I still listen to Spanish music. Most of the time, I'll listen to a lot of Japanese music, especially anime music, or I'll listen to a lot of English music. But I haven't actively studied Spanish for, oh God, how long has it been? Like at least 3 years. So I still listen to it. I still, I can understand a lot of it, but like I pretty much never speak it. And so that's, if you use it or lose it, as we say. And I'm kind of starting to lose it. But as you can see, I do speak Spanish. Not necessarily perfect, because I never got it to 100% perfect level, but I didn't care to anyway. If I go back, I might touch it up and fix all my little errors and work on my R that needs a little bit of perfection. But otherwise, yes, thank you. Otherwise, I think it's pretty decent. It's just rusty. Okay, looks like I'm finally catching up with the chat here. You're welcome, Shun Shun, for the explanation. Okay, and then Frederick. Oh, my throat is getting dry. Okay. Could you please say all the vowel sounds in a row? Yeah. I've been meaning to make a lesson. Like it's just like sort of like a masterclass for vowels. Because we compared some of them in some of the lessons, and then there's the minimal pairs. But I want to do a lesson that just has all the vowels in one place. So I will be making that at some point. I keep forgetting about it because I'm focused on the rhythm lessons right now. But yeah, we'll go in order. And in order, I mean, I don't know if you're familiar with my vowel chart, but we're going to go from 1 to the half L, which would be vowel 11. But yeah, so it'd be, and I'll try to say it in sort of a neutral tone the whole time instead of the way we probably naturally do it. E, I, E, A, U, O, ol, and that ol is at half L, the dark L vowel sound. I call it a vowel sound because it is a vowel sound. So, yeah. I wonder if I could just do that like in one breath. Let's see. I might have to look at the chart. Yeah. Oh. There you go. Now you have it all as one big sound. Okay, so moving on. We're out of questions, guys. I caught up. Live stream's over. We're done. You're too slow. Let's see. And go back to comments if I have any other comments to address. Yeah, I'm really disappointed because when was that? It says 3 days ago. I guess it was 3 days ago. Yeah, 3 days ago I put out an update, but I added a poll to it. Right, I was saying the placement lesson is moving up. It'll be posted this week, which today's already Thursday. I really have to get on that. And I added a poll, and the options were: yay, English X rocks; boo, I don't care about placement; what's placement? Or the fourth option: I like puppies. And so far, nobody has chosen I like puppies. That's the correct answer, guys. I don't rock. It's I like puppies. Who doesn't like puppies? Nobody likes puppies, apparently. Fail. Anyway. Frederick, glottal stop is just about cutting the air because it's really hard for me to close the glottis. Yeah. Yeah, for me too. We don't have it like the TH I had to learn how to do. Yeah, well, the TH is another sound that a lot of languages don't seem to have. I had to learn to make. Make would be better here. Do is okay here. That's okay. But yeah, like usually like the R sound, the TH sound, stopping, the stop sounds, and then yeah, those are usually like the super big ones that many English learners have trouble with, and then there's other ones that not as many, but still a lot of English learners struggle with, like maybe the S and the Z, or the SH or the ch sound or whatever it is. But so I've explained this before. I don't know if you've seen the way I've explained it, Frederick. And I talked about this in, I think it was the PB lesson, which was also the introduction to stops. And I used the example. Again, I don't know if this is a Japanese word or not. If it is, maybe it's a curse word. I don't know. But using Japanese phonetics, phonology, I guess, it becomes very easy to understand what's going on here because Japanese does the same thing. They have a stop. If you have two of the same consonant sound in the middle of a word in Japanese, they'll hold it, right? They'll stop it, and it becomes a little bit easier to practice it that way because Japanese will always have a sound after it, so you can sort of release into something. Where in English, the stop is used without. Like if there is something after it, like that doesn't matter. Like the stop doesn't open into something. It's just it stops, right? And so it's really about it's partially about how you're using your breath, and it's about with your glottis. Okay, so you already know how to use your glottis. You just may not consciously be aware of it. So this will help you become consciously aware of it. So the first thing before we talk about the Japanese, actually, and I forgot to mention this last time. I actually don't think I think I mentioned this in the lesson. First, if you just breathe, okay, so you just take a deep breath. You just let the air flow. Okay, you're not trying to push it out necessarily. You're just letting the air out. Okay. And I encourage you to do this because it's going to help. Okay, now all you have to do to close your glottis is you're going to try to sort of hold your breath. Okay, so as you're letting the air out, right, instead of breathing in and then closing it, so you're like, right, you're holding your breath. You want to first, to get used to this, let out a little bit of the air first and then close that glottis, right? Okay, so it's closing it off. Now you're like, oh, that's what that feels like. Okay, now you're a little conscious of it. Now we can go to Japanese and we can say, if there's one K here, right, there's not going to be a stop, it's just going to be a K. We're going to say hoka, hoka. Okay, no stop, no pause, ka, ka, hoka, hoka. Okay, now if we do this, okay, there's two Ks. So now you're going to do exactly like you were doing. You're going to ho. Okay, as you're letting it out, you get in that O, and then you're going to cut off that O. Ho. Close the glottis, and then you release it into A. Hoka, hoka. Okay, so you should feel kind of like your breath gets caught a little bit as you're trying to push through the rest of the word. Hoka, hoka, right? Hoka, hoka. But it's really fast, right? So you can slow it down, play with it, get used to how that feels, and then just let it come out. Hoka, hoka. Normally hoka, hoka. If it's 1K, hoka, 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 hoka. Okay, and you can see there with 1K, hoka, hoka. There's not a whole lot going there, but with the 2Ks, hoka, hoka. You can see it kind of holds. Hoka, 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 hoka. Very, very hard to see, but there's a little bit of visual there. Anyway, if you play with that and you practice that, first with the breath and then maybe with this maybe made up Japanese word, and you get used to that, and you can exaggerate it too. You can say like really try to close it off, right? Hoka, like really get used to how that feels and get used to consciously controlling it. And then you take it to English, right? And you can say a word like what, what, what. Okay, and you can again play with it. What, 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 what. And then once you get used to that, you get fine control over it. There you go. So step by step, break it down, focus on your breath, feel what it's like to control your glottis, and then try to put it into actual English. Right, this is again all part of that physical mechanical level that I talk about. It's about how you're using your tongue, how are you, in this case, using your throat. You need to become consciously aware of your physical tools and how to use them. And if you're not consciously aware of what your tongue is doing or what your throat is doing, whatever the case is that you need, it becomes very difficult because you're listening and you're trying to repeat it. You're like, okay, yeah, I know that's a stop, but I can't figure out how to do that. Well, it's because you don't know how to use your physical tool. So you have to break it down into the basic physical component and be like, okay, how do I actually use my glottis? Right? How do I physically do that? And once you become aware of that, it becomes a lot easier. And it's not necessarily going to make everything immediately easy, but once you go back into English, but that's where you start. So you can get the basic physical control, and then you build on that. Anyway, Shun, what's the difference between vowel and consonant? I mean, the technical difference. Yeah. So, well, without getting too linguistic-y, we would say, I'm going to explain it in a simple way, but I'm going to tell you the technical difference. Because I'd have to actually look up a formal definition. But the way that I like to define it is vowels are open, consonants are how do I describe that? Consonants touch or almost touch part of the mouth. Now, this is a general definition. There's a couple gray areas where you might start to say, well, okay, is this a consonant or a vowel? But vowels are open, meaning that they don't touch anything in the mouth. Like you might get a little bit of touching on like the insides of your teeth. That's okay. But the placement of the sound, like if it's in the front of your tongue, the front of your tongue is not going to be touching anything, right? If you say e, a, The front of your tongue is not touching anything. Now, the tip of your tongue might touch something in and especially you can sort of have the tip of your tongue down here, but the sound itself, right? I'm opening my mouth, so the tongue is naturally going to sort of get down, be pulled down, so it's still open, right? Sound is actually like it's not actually on the tip that's touching. So the vowel sound isn't actually touching the teeth. It's just the very tip of my tongue is possibly touching the teeth. That's okay. And then for E, you might say, well, E is super, super close. It's really near the top, but you can still get really close without it being close enough for a consonant, right? So if you do, if I make E closer, I make it tighter. I do like E, now it starts sounding like a Y. And you start hearing a little bit of different sound. E, it's like a Y and a Z sound put together, right? It's too close. That sounds like a consonant that doesn't really exist in English. So there's still, even if your mouth is closed, there's still enough space that the sound can very easily, like your voice and your breath can very easily move around the tongue, and it doesn't cause any type of friction or blocking of the airflow. Bye, Lily. Thanks for stopping by and joining us and asking amazing questions. See you next time, hopefully. But the consonant sounds, right? Many of them touch, especially the stop sounds. In order to make the stop sound, you have to close your lips, close the tongue, or close the back of your tongue to physically create the stopping of the sound that then gets pushed out. Most of the consonant sounds, like probably half of the consonant sounds at least, are what are technically known as, I believe they're called fricatives. And they're called fricatives because fricative is related to friction, right? This is friction. There's two things rubbing against each other. And so when we say like, what is it? Th, s, sh, right? They're close enough that they create sort of a friction-like sound based on the exact position of the tongue and the shape of the tongue. And as the air or voice flows through that position, it creates a special type of friction because it's so close it's not actually touching. And then we get that particular consonant sound. So consonants are about getting really, really close or touching parts of the mouth, where the vowel sounds are about being far enough away from, at least where the vowel sound is, it's far enough away from actually touching, say like the top of the mouth or whatever, that it sounds more open, right? We don't get that sort of friction or that connection. Now this is also why R is a consonant sound and a vowel sound, because happens to be in a particular place in American English, because we do the same thing. In British English, they don't do their vowel R's, but is with the shape of it and the placement of it in the mouth, it's like it's close enough that it kind of sounds like a consonant sound, but it's also far enough away that it kind of sounds like a vowel sound. It's a really strange thing. And according to British English is the original English, and as I said, they don't do the R vowel sound like we do. So that's how it should be according to original English. But then Americans started sort of just using the same sound basically for the vowels. It's called rhoticization, where you fully pronounce all the R's, not for the vowels, but the R's. And so there's still enough space there where using it as an R, like saying power, there's no problem calling that a vowel. It feels far enough away. It's not really touching anything. But then if I say run, it's the same sound. But now it's kind of like, well, yeah. So the main difference between the vowel and the consonant R is that the consonant needs to be super, super short, and the vowel is going to be just relatively a little bit longer. It's usually not stressed. In fact, is a reduction sound for the R-colored vowels. Like for becomes fur often. But compared to the consonant R, the sound is going to be a little bit longer. So, yeah. And let me just go ahead and do this. Define consonant. Because that really didn't answer the exact question you wanted. You wanted really a formal one, and I couldn't give you. That's my way of explaining it, which I know isn't the best, but I think it makes a lot of sense compared to a lot of the technical words that you might see from a technical definition. No, define consonant linguistics. So I'm just going to go ahead and look this up really quick and do that, which I guess you could do that too, but okay. That's a perfect. I guess I should have looked that up. That's a better way to explain it than the way I explained it. So, a consonant is a speech sound made by partly or completely stopping the flow of air through your mouth. So when you do like s or sh or th, right? That's what creates the friction because you're not completely stopping it like a t or a p, but you're getting close enough and manipulating the flow that it's like you're in some way stopping part of the airflow and guiding it so that it creates that particular sound. So it's where you completely or partially stop the flow of air. That's also why the L consonant, the light L, is a consonant sound because you bring the tongue up and the air goes around it. But I define the dark L or the what I call the half L vowel as a vowel because the front of the tongue is not up; it's in an open position. There's nothing blocking the airflow. So anyway, vowel. And a vowel would be one of the human speech sounds that you make by letting your breath flow out without closing any part of your mouth or throat. So that's, again, open, right? It's the sound is free to flow without any sort of manipulation of the sound necessarily. There's maybe a little bit of tongue shape to it, but there's not a whole lot of, really closeness to a part of the mouth that creates a strong manipulation of the airflow. So there you go. Doppelganger, which vowel sound represents the ow in Portuguese or Spanish is represented by OU, I guess. It's a diphthong, but just the first part, which vowel is that? Okay, so it depends on who you ask. If you ask me, the way that I phonetically transcribe things, the sound O, I write with the letter O because it's an O. And the diphthong ow, I write OW because it's OW. Now, in English spelling, of course, you will see OW used to represent the O sound, not the diphthong ow, because we don't have a phonetic spelling system and things get stupid and mixed up. So that's why I say focus on your ears. But which vowel sound represents OW? That would be, we think of OW as the ow diphthong, right? So just like OU in Portuguese, it would be the same except with a W. Ow. Or actually, I don't know, because you're writing OW. Let's see, because in OU in Spanish, that seems weird to me. But yeah, you say it's a diphthong, so it has to be ow. It's not O. Yeah, because in Portuguese and Spanish, O is O. That's right. So the first part of the ow diphthong in English is ah, ah, ah. It's a sound that does not exist. Yeah, like in wow, exactly, but without the W. Wow. Yeah, I know. Memes. But the start of ow does not exist as an individual vowel sound in English. It's only used in the diphthong for ow and I. And it's going to be I have, if you go to my website, jdanielauthor.com/downloads, if you put that in, the first thing you'll see is a bunch of vowel charts, and one of those vowel charts is specifically just for the diphthongs, and you can see where the placement is for the start of ow and I. It's very, very close to ah, And it's actually kind of between the English ah and the Spanish ah. It's sort of like right in between those. Um, in fact, if you did a Spanish ah, and I think in some Spanish dialects the exact placement of ah shifts a little bit, so this may not be 100% accurate to say, but if you use the Spanish ah and you go to ooh, um, like ah, 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 ow, 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 it's gonna sound maybe a little bit off, but it's gonna sound very, very good. So then if you could just tweak that Spanish ah to be maybe just a little bit farther forward, um, it should sound really, really good. And technically the end of ow in English, it's actually that high schwa position, except we're bringing the lips around and it makes it sound kind of like an ooh, but it's not ow, ow. That's with an ooh sound. That's actually the hard part is getting into and bringing your lips around and starting an ah and making it one whole big combined sound. It can be a very difficult one to do. But if you do like ah and ooh, you're going to sound pretty good. It's just going to sound a little weird. Anyway, thanks for the amazing explanation. No problem. You make us aware about many things. Yeah, I try. That's why I'm here, making you aware of things. Awareness is the key. Like I can't emphasize that enough. Anytime you're trying to learn something, or especially in a skill, if you don't notice it, how is it going to improve, right? And again, we were talking earlier about immersion and absorbing things, and there's some things that you can absorb, yeah, but noticing them really helps a lot. And when it comes to pronunciation, you have to notice things. So anyway, Frederick, does Canada have, right? So does already has the conjugation, the change. So we're not going to change have because does already changed. So does Canada have its own accent? Or is it just a different kind of vocabulary, like you already said before, between the states of USA? That's a very good question. I'm not an expert on Canadian English or the differences there. There are some Canadians that sound Canadian. We would say they have a Canadian sound. And that actually, I think it's around the Great Lakes area of Canada because they sound a little bit kind of like people from Minnesota. Like I was saying, like Minnesota, like, oh, I'm from Canada, Canada, and they have a bit of that type of sound. But there are many Canadians, like most Canadians that I've heard, who will sound either exactly like a neutral sounding American, or they will sound still like a neutral sounding American, but with a couple differences that kind of stand out. Particularly the one that tends to give you away as a Canadian is ow, like we were just talking about ow. And so instead of saying, if you have a sort of a thicker Canadian accent, like the first one I mentioned, then they'll change that straight into ooh. So instead of saying about, they say a boot. What's that a boot? What's that a boot? But the other Canadian speakers that sound more like neutral Americans, they'll still have that change, but it won't be as strong. And they'll say like instead of a boot, it's like about. It's just they're sort of like blending the American ow and the sound ooh. And so we're like halfway in between. And it can be very subtle sometimes. But I've listened to many, many Canadians that I didn't even notice that they were Canadians until they specifically said that they were Canadians. Like there's one YouTube channel, Simnet Nutrition. He's Simnet Nutrition. He's really, really cool. He's like a really positive guy and all this stuff. And he's vegan. That's why I started following him originally. But he does lots of like calisthenics, body weight exercises, and he actually has like a really good physique. So he's sort of like a vegan bodybuilder type guy on YouTube. And so I still follow him, but I was watching a lot of his videos for a particular period, and I probably watch I don't know, 10, 15 of his videos before he said he was Canadian. And I was like, oh, you're Canadian? I didn't notice. And I don't know specifically where he's from in Canada, but I know he lives on the west coast of Canada. So I don't know if it's like, I think maybe Western Canadians sort of have that, just like Western American, Western Canadian. It's like we all kind of maybe sound more or less the same. And so because Western Americans still sounds very neutral, just like throughout the country, they also will sound very American. In fact, there are many in my research about the neutral accent. I found that there are some linguists who want to. They've proposed that instead of calling it American English or General American English, it should be called General North American English, because many Canadians will sound almost exactly the same. So same thing, Steve Kaufman, the polyglot, I call him the input guy. He's from Canada, and I think he's from the east coast of Canada. But I didn't notice he was Canadian for quite a while until he actually said he's from Canada. I was like, oh, okay. And after they say it, like if I don't notice it before, after they say they're Canadian, I start noticing those little things that I wasn't paying attention to before. I wasn't listening for them. So sometimes even for us, like if we're not trying to hear it, like that's another reason why there's, more than one neutral accent. Because if I listen to somebody from Chicago, if I'm not listening to hear the differences, I may not even notice. Like if I don't know they're from Chicago, like they live here and I assume they're from here, um, I may never even notice unless they tell me, oh yeah, I'm from Chicago. And it's the same with Canadians. If I'm listening to a Canadian and I'm not paying attention, now because I'm a little more aware of it, it's more likely I'll notice. But especially in the past, before I knew about all this, if I wasn't specifically trying to hear the sounds that they were making, it would be very difficult for me to just automatically notice that they're from Canada. So, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to ask this. Could you give us advice for making the I sound? It's possible as a Spanish native. Well, I don't know why you wouldn't be allowed to ask it. That's a perfectly good question. I mean, you can ask anything, really. I don't care. But yeah, the I sound is difficult. Very, very difficult. And you say you watch the video explanation, but you can't. Yeah, so this is a sound that yeah, exactly, Frederick, right? He is Canadian. um, so the I sound, that's a sound that Sedent was working a lot on. And he found it through a combination of, I guess, me and Rachel's English, and I was helping him. I was telling him focus a lot on your ears, and I was giving him little tips on the tongue, and um, the like video lessons, right? Ideally, hopefully, you'll be able to just bam, okay, I got it, right? But usually, especially for some sounds, it's not going to be so easy. Um, when you're watching video lessons like that, or you're reading it, which is kind of worse, but you're taking it in, you're kind of trying to imitate it. Maybe the way I'm explaining it or the way somebody else is explaining it, you're just like, I can't get it, right? I can't make my tongue do this. It's not sounding good. There is a limitation for not getting feedback, right? Now, if you have a little bit of natural talent, you can maybe get away with more things. But even me, which again, I don't say this to brag, I was tested for my linguistic ability and also just my general experience with English and trying to learn other languages. I know that I have at least some talent for languages. But even for somebody like me who does have a bit of talent, when it comes to pronunciation, there are some sounds that might be very difficult at first, and I might try and try and try. Like as I said before, it took me 6 months of daily practice playing with my tongue, trying to just roll my R's in Spanish, right? Just to get it to start. I could do one, but I couldn't make it do two or three or whatever. 6 months, right? And I was I was playing with it by myself, but I was speaking to Spanish partners, like language exchange partners, at least 3 times a week, because I had 2 partners at the time. And I was talking to one of them I know at least 2 times and one of them at least 1 time. Um, so 3 times a week I was, I was trying to get feedback on the R or whatever else sounds I was focused on. Um, and Spanish also was, my first real foreign language that I actually learned to a degree that I can say I can speak it, um, or feel comfortable saying that I speak it anyway. And so I didn't know, I didn't know any techniques. I didn't know what shadowing was. I didn't know, I was kind of just going off of my natural talent and instinct of, like, how can I try to make this happen? And I didn't even think to look up. I think I probably did at some point, but I didn't even think to look up like how to roll your R's, which is the first place you would probably start. Um, but after I couldn't get it for a little while, I think eventually I did look that up, and that didn't seem to help. Because no matter how they explained it, I was just like, I can't make my tongue do that. So I know exactly how you feel. Um, and the way that I got that R is just continuously playing with it, making little micro adjustments. Okay, trying to feel my tongue more because I couldn't feel my tongue at first. Right, you don't pay attention to your tongue; you just speak. So you have to become aware of how your tongue feels, which is a process, might take a while. You can do tongue exercises, and the better you get, the better you'll be able to feel like small little changes that you make in your tongue. Um, and as you go through that process, just trying and trying and trying. It's like if you don't get it right away, if you don't get it in a month, if you don't get it in 2 months, that happens sometimes, right? Knowing that can make you feel a bit better. Don't give up. Um, but some things take time. So if you don't get it right away, you just keep, it's very scientific. You keep trying to make little changes, you get some feedback, doesn't sound good, make another little change, get some feedback, doesn't sound good. Okay. So you do need some form of feedback, whether that's a language exchange partner or a teacher, or even an informal tutor. Like they don't even have to be a pronunciation teacher. They just need to be a native speaker that can tell you, do you sound good? Like, are you making the right sound or are you not? Um, and you don't have to get constant feedback, um, but you do need to be constantly playing with it. Okay, and that doesn't mean sitting down studying and whatever, but it means like throughout the day, you know, um, you just kind of have these moments where maybe you're isolating the sound, you're trying to put it into words, whatever it is, you're trying to make little changes. Like, okay, if I do this, does it sound better? And you may not be able to completely hear it either, which is another part of the problem. So that's why I emphasize the ear training first. But again, working with somebody, they're going to be able to give you better feedback. So it's a hard problem because if you can't hear yourself, it's hard to know if you're making the right changes. But if you keep trying to play with it and say you get feedback, several times a week, um, then you're going to start to find it, right? Because a native speaker can tell you, oh, that sounds a little better. And you're moving in the right direction, right? Whatever change you made, you raised it, you moved it, you changed the shape a little bit, whatever it was, it sounded better. So you say, okay, that sounds better, but it's still not there. So that's your new base. You say, okay, from here, let me make another change. If they say that sounds worse or it sounds the same, then you make a different change. You go back to your base, make a different change. They say it sounds better, but still not there. You got a little closer, right? So that's all it is. But so that goes for all sounds. But outside of that, for the I sound specifically, the thing about the I sound is that it actually has a lot of ways that it can be made. The sound needs to be in the same place, but the exact position of the tongue and the exact shape of the tongue actually doesn't matter that much. And I don't think I talked about that in the main lesson because um, as a native, it's easy for me to say that. But for some people who have difficulty with it, once you've tried some things, then it can be useful to look at these other ways. So as I said, the sound is going to be about in the same place, and there's a range around the sound, like the exact area where the sound is. If you go a little too high, you're going to start sounding like E. If you go a little too low, you're going to start sounding like Eh. But there's not necessarily a pinpoint placement, right? So one way is, right, I think the way I described it in the video was if you go E and then you sort of drop down a little bit, but don't have that curved shape of like E, you just sort of bring it down a little bit and make your tongue a little flatter. Eh, eh, eh. Okay. So it's just a little more open from E, but not too open that it's eh. Right. Um, and when I do that, I'm not touching the teeth or anything. There's the elevator method. I forget where I heard that, so I would give credit for it, but I picked that term up somewhere. And it's where you go e, I, ah, but you use the tip of your tongue as an anchor, and you can actually anchor it right in here inside your teeth, and you can say e, I, ah, right? I didn't move the front of my tongue at all, right? Now the exact tenseness of a certain part of my tongue might have changed a little bit. Um, like for the E, there's still this little bit of a curve there, but you can anchor it. And if you just go like yeah, right, there's a certain point where we start hitting the different sounds. And so, especially if you get feedback from somebody, because maybe you don't quite hear it, but if you just hold your breath or hold your voice, keep your voice going, and open, 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 open. If it sounding like eh, you went too far, right? And if it still sounds like e, you didn't go far enough, provided that your ears are good enough to pick that up, or whoever tells you. But if you go e, right, that's a good eh sound. Now, technically, the exact quality. Remember, when I use quality, I don't mean placement. That's how at least Rachel's English, I guess, uses the word quality. Um, when I use quality, when I'm talking about the quality of a sound, I'm talking about like there's eh and eh and eh. There's a little bit, you may not hear any difference there, but there's a little bit of like the exact sound, like how the sound is sort of coming out is a little tiny bit different, but the difference between all of them is so small that it still sounds like the right sound. Like we would identify it as the same sound. Um, so that's what I mean by quality. So I can do where I'm not touching. I can touch my teeth, eh. Or I can even sort of point my tongue, not like up like this, but have it sort of be pointed like this, eh, eh, eh. Okay, and I'm sort of bracing in here with the sides of my tongue a little bit. Eh. The quality is a little bit different there. It's a little bit of a weird way to do it, but it still basically sounds like eh, right? Um, so what you really want to do, don't get necessarily so caught up in thinking of like an exact pinpoint, like this is where the sound is. Play with your tongue. Play with maybe doing it up like this a little bit, over like this a little bit. Um, maybe tensing a part of your tongue a little bit, relaxing part of your tongue a little bit. And these are things that might take some practice to do, but the more that you play with these different angles and dimensions of your tongue and you keep trying and you get feedback, you're going to find it, right? Especially if somebody tells you, oh, closer, closer, farther, closer, farther, closer, right? You're going to know what little changes to make. So it's very scientific, very step by step and methodical, but it just takes some work because I can't make you feel my tongue, right? And I can't take your tongue and put it into position. So that's why it's difficult. So I hope that helps. That may not be the best explanation or answer, but I hope that helps. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter how people explain it. If it works for you and you get it, great. But at the end of the day, you're the one who has to make your tongue do the thing that it needs to do, and nobody can do that but you, right? So this is one of those cases. Doppelganger. Okay, different vocabulary is messing with my brain. What do you recommend to avoid that or to get more used to it? Like same word but different meanings or uses in UK, US, Canada, here. Where's here? I don't know where you are. Maybe you told me, I don't remember. Oh, Australia, probably. That's the other big English-speaking country, aside from South Africa. But okay, blah. Let's see. Well, what I would recommend is, because this sounds like a dialect difference, because there's people use words differently throughout South of Brazil. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, that could be a very different case then. But what I strongly recommend is, especially for pronunciation, like definitely 100% for pronunciation, but even for just like sort of your general learning, until you have a solid enough base, um, only focus on one type of English, right? So it could be US English, right? And maybe minus the South. So most American sources, right? Or it's UK English or it's Canadian English. Canadian is actually probably going to fit pretty much the same as the United States. So those two you can look at as the same thing, more or less. But this is a problem. I mean, to avoid it, the narrower you go, right, from say a country to a region to a state to an individual, the more that this problem is going to solve. So it's more a specificity thing. The farther you go out, the more variation there's going to be of how people maybe use certain words in different places of the world and this and that. So, I mean, I'm not saying, just focus on one speaker and only learn everything from, how they speak. Although you could do that. It's called the parent technique. Picking, 1 to 3 speakers that you sort of model. But I would just say, right, if you learn the meaning of a word, because some words have more than one meaning, right, and that's fine. If you learn the meaning of a word and you heard it from a U.S. speaker, right, and you're mainly focused on U.S. English, like that's how you want to speak, then say, okay, I know that word. And if you hear the same word from a UK speaker, but it has a different meaning, go to the dictionary, see if that meaning also exists in US English, because it'll usually say like British if it's British or not. Or if it's a British dictionary, it'll say American if it's not British. And if you're focusing on US English and it says it's a British use, then just ignore that use of the word. You just double check. I don't think there's any other way around that really. So yeah, I will say sometimes though, like I look at things in, if I go to a US dictionary and it says something is British, I don't think I've ever had a case where I would disagree with that. But sometimes, like if you go to Cambridge Dictionary, which is a British dictionary, and um, they say something is British and not American. A lot of the times, from what I've seen, it's like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. It sounds British. But sometimes I'm like, no, we also say that. So if you're focusing on U.S. English and that's what how you want to speak, and the main thing that you want to learn, then I would use U.S. dictionaries for that. But Kevin, welcome to the chat. Sorry, it took me a second to get here. I'll say Oblivion is here. Welcome, Oblivion. Kevin, hello. Can you give us an explanation on how to make the TION sound in words like attention, caution, etc.? Okay, so this is a good question. And again, it always goes back to ears, 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 ears. Okay, ears. There is no TION sound. Okay. The way that TION is probably most commonly pronounced would be either shin. Both are perfectly fine. I usually use I, but sometimes I'll use so for example, nation. Now, you specifically, yeah, so caution, right? Same thing, caution. So in this case, the T, like the IO, right? Don't think of them as vowels. Don't think of them as because there are vowel letters, but there's no I, there's no O, right? It's either it or but this IO, it's not like shion or tion or something like that. And the reason why we have the spelling is because it came from French, right? I don't know how they say it in French, but I know in Portuguese and Spanish, right? It's nación, right? Or caution, actually, I think is different. They use a different word. Cuidado, that's right. But or in Portuguese, nação, right? Which is the Portuguese version of that ending in Portuguese. So it's because it comes from French, and we don't have a phonetic spelling system. So usually that T will be an SH sound, and the IO will be it or it doesn't matter, it could be a schwa. Now, if we have a word like attention, okay, notice what's happening here. Okay, see, you can't just look at TION and think of that as a thing, because that's just spelling. It's just spelling. We don't want to focus on spelling. We want to focus on sounds. Oh, thank you. But I didn't even spell attention right. And tension. Yeah. I'm just teaching English. Notice it's not attention, right? Attention. Now you could kind of keep it as an SH, attention, sort of try to minimize and make it more of an SH sound, but we'll very commonly make it more of a CH, because now we're closing in the N, and the N and the T are in the same place. And the way that we make ch, the CH sound, is by blending t and sh, the SH sound, into ch. So if you have N before the TION, then it will commonly, maybe not all speakers do this, but it will very commonly just become a ch, because it's a little easier to say. So attention, or attention with a schwa sound. So now the sound before the TION is sort of affecting the pronunciation, changing it from an SH to a CH, right? From a sh to a ch. So again, do not think of, right, because this is the way that you guys are taught. Like, oh, words ending with this spelling, are pronounced this way, or whatever. And it's like, no, no. Do not connect spelling and pronunciation. Sometimes words are spelled the way that they sound. Sometimes in English, that'll happen. But usually, no. I want you to completely, in English at least, because we not only do we not have a phonetic spelling system, meaning the sounds don't match the spelling usually, but we have probably one of the least phonetic systems in the world. And I want you to completely separate spelling from sound. Okay. Now, obviously, you can't completely do that, because we think of the T sound, the S sound, blah blah blah. So, on a very basic level, yes, okay, there's kind of some relationship. But when we're talking about especially combinations of letters and the way words are spelled, don't trust the spelling. Right? I will say that a million times. I've said it a million times. I'll say it a million more times. Focus on your ears, your tools of perception. Okay? You need to learn to hear the sounds, which is why I focus a lot on developing your actual mechanical hearing ability instead of giving you a bunch of rules to memorize, because the rules aren't going to help you pronounce them anyway. It's not going to help you perceive them anyway. You're just going to memorize knowledge, and then, whatever. Focus on your ears. But it's a good question. I don't want to make it seem like it's a bad question or anything, but I really want to emphasize that point, because it's it's the single most important thing in learning a language. It's not required, but it makes everything else so much easier, faster, less stress. Your ears. Okay, your mouth also, if you want to sound, really good or like a native, but your ears. If nothing else, you have to open your ears and focus on the sounds, not on your eyes. Okay, in a language like Spanish, where they do have this phonetic spelling system, then they're connected, and the eyes reinforce the ears reinforce the eyes. But even then, say me as an English learner learning Spanish, I already have English as an interference, and so like if I see actually a common problem that I have is when English learners see an A here, or when English speakers see an A here, we want to reduce it to a schwa. And I wasn't aware, since I was, largely self-taught in my Spanish. I didn't really know what I was doing. I was researching a bunch of different methods. And my Spanish partners, because they're learning English, they didn't notice that I was making this mistake. I would say gusta, 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 or mañana, mañana, right? Instead of gusta, gusta. And I knew it was supposed to be but I didn't realize I was reducing it to a schwa because at that time I didn't even know what a reduction was. I wasn't an English teacher, or I was just starting to teach English informally, like as an informal tutor. So I didn't have all this knowledge. And then later, just like a year or so ago, I was like, oh, I have that problem. um, and so again, it's the ears. You got to focus on your ears. You got to become aware of um, what's going on. So even though Spanish has a phonetic spelling system, there are still little traps you can fall into. But if you're learning English, and you're coming from a language that has less sounds or fewer sounds, like Spanish, you really need to focus on your ears. Okay, that is, hearing is your number one priority. You need to develop that. And then however something is spelled doesn't matter. You can memorize how something is spelled afterwards. Okay. But you want to separate that out. And of course, there's no one best way, no one perfect way. Everybody's a little bit different, but that's my preference, and that's what I recommend. Is you really emphasize hearing before anything, and then you can bring in the reading and writing later. But anyway, there's different ways you can do things. Okay. Doppelganger. It's like playing guitar, piano, or some instrument. You make a lot of mistakes till you master what you want to do, what you're trying to play, a process of practicing, hearing what's wrong, and getting better with feedback, of course. Yeah, exactly. In music, right, you can listen. You may not be able to say, okay, this is an A note or a C note or whatever, but you can listen to, okay, this is how the music sounds from a recording, and then this is how I'm trying to play it, and you can actually hear a lot more easily, right? But in language learning, it's a little bit different because you already have a way that you're using your tongue and a way that you're perceiving sounds in language, and so that kind of gets in the way. But yeah, it's essentially the same process. It doesn't matter if you're learning an instrument, if you're learning programming, if you're learning how to draw, right? At this mechanical level, right, the exact content is going to be different across the different skills and what exactly you're working with. But music is a good example because they both use sound, so music and language, spoken language anyway. And so, but it's going to be the same. There's that physical mechanical level at the base, and you just have to, go through that, make little changes, develop your receptive abilities, right? Your ears and whatever that skill is, or your eyes, depending on what it is. Like reading, you need your eyes for, right? So, and then you just make changes as you need, and you eventually get better. So, anyway, Oblivion. Hey, sorry that I haven't been here for long. I got some questions nonetheless. No problem, no problem. People come and go. That's pretty normal. I've been chatting on and off for the last 2 months, like 30 to 60 minutes a day on average, but it doesn't quite, we'll probably say it doesn't quite work. If you say, well, it doesn't quite would be switched, but if you say work out in this case, it sounds like the way that you're practicing isn't working rather than the shadowing itself. And maybe that's what you're saying here, so let me continue. But I think you mean the shadowing isn't working. That's what I would assume. So he's from the Bay, and I try to copy his accent. I seem to do it easily with pronunciation and stuff and really get it high, even though not native-like, but it doesn't quite. Yeah, so it's always going to be doesn't quite, not quite doesn't. Doesn't quite work out with shadowing. Do you have any tips or suggestions that might help me? I've been stuck with sounding around 15 to 20% Californian and 30 to 40% American in terms of intonation rhythm, I guess, and like only around 3 to 5% of the Bay accent, which I'm trying to do. So much I've been stuck with pronunciation sounding like 70% Bay or something, and almost 90% American. Intonation and rhythm are horrendous. When I listen to other Bay Californians, I try to listen for the rhythm and stuff, but sometimes it sounds confusing and not clear enough with some parts they stress. Stupid YouTube. Where was I? Wait, what's going on here? Yeah, okay. And it kind of wears me out even more than shadowing, to be honest. By the way, I clearly can notice what's foreign or not in terms of speech, but can't point it down. Because I can't pinpoint it, or down, what would we say? Pin it down. I say pin it down. So pinpoint or pin it down, just like an average native. So self-assessment doesn't really work. And I'm going to come to the rest of your questions after I catch up with the rest of the people. So about the shadowing. At this point, because you've been trying to do it, and I don't know exactly what you're doing, because there's more than one way to shadow. I mean, there's a way I recommend, and then even if I say do it this way, like your actual implementation of it maybe not be exactly what I had in mind or whatever. So I would have to know like exactly what you're doing and exactly how you're doing it, like granularly. And if you have a exact routine or not, like what steps do you go through? If not, then just like what do you generally do? And like not just saying, oh, I do this, like I practice sounds, but it's like, okay, how do you practice sounds? Like what specifically do you do? Because it might be an implementation problem, but outside of that, there could be some other issues. But I would also mention, so Luca Lampariello, who some of you know, I mentioned him before, Luca Lampariello. So I watched a video from him recently. I think he was talking about it's like the 7 keys to pronunciation or something like that. I don't remember. But it was his talk for the Polyglot. I forget if it was the Polyglot Gathering or Polyglot Conference, one of those two, which was just sort of live streamed because of the virus. And so he did his presentation, and somebody asked him at the end, because he took some questions about shadowing. Now, if you know Luca Lampariello, especially if you speak Spanish and you've heard him speak Spanish, he knows how to sound like a native, or at least really, really, really close to it. And he says that he doesn't shadow, which I found very surprising and interesting. Clearly, he does something to be able to, imitate and reproduce the sounds and, amaze people with how well he sounds. So I think maybe he doesn't call it shadowing, and he still does something that is still technically would be like shadowing in a way, but he says he doesn't shadow. So I haven't looked up specifically more about like what he does or what he means by that. I know sort of some of the things he does. I know he starts with rhythm first instead of sounds. So you can maybe do some more research on like how Luca Lampariello develops an accent, and maybe you'll get some ideas there that could help you. Even if it's just like the sequence that he does it, maybe that could give you a little bit of a twist on it, I guess. So, yeah. So otherwise, and it seems you are starting to explain what it is that you do specifically. So I'll come back down to that. But yeah, I'd have to really know exactly what you're doing to give you more specific advice, because it should work. Should work. It usually does. Okay. Anyway, so make sure I didn't miss anything here. Okay, good. So next was from Kevin said my Spanish is really good. And then Frederick, thoughts on Spanish language in the U.S. It could become a bilingual country at some point in the next decades. Okay, so could it become? If you say it could, that's a statement. There are ways that you can use that structure in a question, but that's a special case. Could it become a bilingual country? I don't really have many thoughts. I don't particularly care. It is what it is. Most of the people who speak Spanish here are either from a Spanish-speaking country or come from a Spanish-speaking household or background, and they were born here or whatever. And there are quite a lot of people who speak Spanish as a second language here, especially over the last several decades, as we've gotten more and more Spanish speakers from other places here. I know a lot of people are annoyed, like, if they only speak English, right? Because we don't have an official language, which I think is good because that would kinda go against what the United States is. But our unofficial language is obviously English, like, we're an English-speaking country primarily. Um, but there are a lot of people, especially, like, here in San Diego, right? There's, many people who only speak Spanish, especially if, you know, like, they come over from the border, you know, legally or not, whatever, I don't care. And they just don't happen to speak English because they haven't learned English yet or whatever. And then there's some people, you know, who have to interact with these people for whatever reason, and then they don't speak English, and then that annoys them because they're like, well, if you come to this country, you should know how to speak English first, or at least, you know, maybe not perfectly, but you should be able to kind of communicate or at least try to in English. And me, I don't particularly care, partially because I speak Spanish, but even before I spoke Spanish, like, you know, it's like if somebody speaks a language that I don't speak and they need help, like, I'll try to help them the best that I can, or but like if I don't understand them, I'll be like, I don't understand. Like, I can't help you. So it's sort of their problem, you know, and it's unfortunate. But if I can't figure out how to help them, then what am I going to do? Um, so it doesn't bother me particularly, but uh, it could become a bilingual country, I guess. But see, we think of Spanish. Spanish, I think, is the second most commonly spoken language in the country. But there are still lots of speakers of other languages. Like there's, you know, lots of speakers of many Asian languages. I would assume Mandarin is a pretty big one too. But obviously, it's a little touchy at the moment. But I know there's a lot of people from the Philippines here. Um, they speak Tagalog. So that's actually Tagalog was offered in my high school as a foreign language because there's quite a lot of Tagalog speakers in the San Diego area. Um, and then there's quite a few Russians here in, you know, different communities, especially I think on the East Coast, Northeast. So I mean, there are many people who speak other languages. Most of them aren't native, like American natives necessarily, because unless they're second generation, because usually Americans don't tend to learn languages. Um, but I guess it could become bilingual at some point. I guess I don't know. There's a lot of people, like especially through the South and certain like conservative areas, that um, they want like they don't even want like Spanish speakers here, like whether you're legal or not. Like it's like if you're here, you speak English, right? It's like it's not to say that they're racist, which some of them are, but it's not to say that they're racist. It's just like, you know, this is an English speaking country, you should speak English, right? And some people get annoyed, like if they just hear two Spanish speakers speaking to each other, like they're not even speaking to this person, and they'll get annoyed because they're speaking Spanish to each other. Um, I don't know. I don't care. I don't really have an opinion on it. It is what it is. So that's my thought. um, okay, let's see. So back to Oblivion. You said also I'm learning Japanese, including pronunciation stuff. I don't really notice any inflection from Japanese to English, even though I have a thick American accent on Japanese. Also have Gusta and stuff. Most of them don't have the schwa, so the brain probably, yeah, exactly. Well, not ah in terms of they have the Spanish sound. Yeah, and I'm aware of that as well. After I realized that I was doing a schwa sound, I was like, oh yeah, they're probably not even noticing. Um, so it kind of works out, you know. But if you speak to a Spanish speaker who's bilingual and they can hear the schwa, then they're going to be able to tell, like, hey, little off there. Um, but anyway, you're welcome, Kevin, for the awesome explanation. Oblivion, do you think it's possible to be infected? Infected or inflected? Like, oh, infection. Oh, infection. I read that as inflection. Infection. Okay, so yeah, the way they're using it, the grammar around infection is a little bit weird, but affecting your dominant language by new ones you learn. Hmm. Okay, so you said I don't really notice any infection from Japanese to English. So instead of infection, you mean like interference? Because that would be the word. um, so do you think it's possible to have interference in your dominant language by the new ones you learn? Yeah, interference is the word. They're not infected. Um, Well, to some extent, yeah. I mean, when I was like really hardcore going in Spanish, like I was, there was a period where I was kind of dreaming in Spanish a bit. Um, and when I would go to speak English, sometimes like, you know, the thought would immediately go to Spanish instead of English. And so sometimes I would either have to sort of like stop myself and switch to English really quick, or I'd start like the first couple words would just come out in Spanish. Um, and then obviously the person didn't understand me because I was speaking to an English speaker. Um, and I had to sort of say, "Oh wait, never mind," and say it in English. But that's a temporary thing. Um, like if it's at all possible to have any significant damage to your native language, which I don't know if that is possible, but if it is possible, like you'd have to be living in a foreign country, only using and listening to that language exclusively and thinking exclusively in that language, reading exclusively in that language for probably at least 20, 30, 40 years. I think that's the only way that you're going to do any damage to your native language. Because your native language is pretty ingrained. That process has already happened. But um, so any sort of interference or weird things happening with your native language or whatever it is, or if it's a sort of your dominant foreign language, that's a little bit of a different issue. With your native language, it would be temporary. With your dominant language, it kind of depends on what you're learning. So, like, say if your dominant foreign language is Spanish, like for me, right? So I'm an English speaker. My dominant foreign language is Spanish, and let's say I go to Portuguese and I start trying to, you know, like learn Portuguese as well as I know Spanish. Portuguese and Spanish are so similar that yeah, that's a real possibility. I can start mixing things up and whatever. Um, is it guaranteed? No. Are there ways to avoid that? Yes. The easiest way to avoid that is like if I want to learn Portuguese, I do like Spanish and then say German, something that's very different, and then Portuguese. That's going to create a buffer. Um, but even then, um, the interference would just be temporary because your brain is used to one, and then no matter how similar or different it is, as you steep your brain in that new language that you're learning, it's trying to get into that mode because you're constantly giving it, say, like Japanese input, Japanese input, Japanese input, maybe trying to output Japanese a lot, and so it's really trying to sift through that and get into, you know, Japanese. And so temporarily, if you say you need to speak Spanish, right, which maybe is your second language, Japanese is your third language, you go to try to speak Spanish, and then it kind of like maybe you don't remember how to say something for a second, or it slows down your Spanish speech or whatever. Um, and that would be temporary because you're in Japanese mode, right? Um, and there's a bit of a balancing act here too. Like, say if you do, say you learn Spanish, say you're an English speaker, you learn Spanish, and then you learn Japanese, and let's say you do Japanese for a year and you don't touch Spanish, you don't listen to Spanish, you don't speak Spanish, you don't do anything with Spanish for a whole year. You're only in Japanese. There's just the fact that there's a year that you didn't do any Spanish, you're probably going to lose a little bit of that Spanish. The fact that you're doing Japanese, maybe you'll lose a little bit more. But one thing that I think is very true, and that some polyglots have even mentioned, is, and some polyglots disagree with this, but what I hear them say a lot is if you learn a language and then you don't use it for a while, like a year, 2 years, whatever, 5 years, like as long as you developed a good base in it to start with, right? If you don't develop that base, it's all just going to kind of disappear eventually. But if you develop a good base where you're like you have like conversational fluency, right? You can understand a lot, whatever. You have a good base, and then you leave that language, and whether you're learning another language or you just don't use it, you don't listen to it for whatever reason for say a year, 2 years, 5 years. Um, most of the polyglots that I've seen on this topic, they say that you'll lose a certain amount. You may even lose a lot of it. But as long as you built that solid base first, it's going to be a lot easier and faster to sort of relearn and get back to where you were compared to the first time you did it. Because it's like the things are technically still there in your brain. It's just like they're so weak, they kind of, you know, maybe some parts got overwritten and some connections got, you know, broken down or whatever. And so, but you can sort of rebuild it faster and more easily. So I wouldn't worry too much about it if that's a concern. The way that you avoid that is you do like missions. So you say you do like 3-6 months to really build up that base in a language. That's what Benny Lewis does. He does like 3 months to get as far as he can to conversational fluency. And then after that period, he'll go back and he'll, sort of like maybe touch up some of his other languages, do some interesting things, and practice speaking here, and make sure that he doesn't get rusty in them before he starts another big mission. And obviously, the more languages you have, the more you need to maintain, and it starts to get to be a big thing. But 3-4 languages, it's not too big of a deal. It's not like you have to constantly be doing this. But obviously, if you have a pretty good level in, say, 3-4 languages, you can read stuff online. You can watch YouTube videos. We have so much content on the internet that it's going to be so easy to keep that contact. And then you can just talk to yourself and make sure that you keep your speaking flowing, because that is a separate skill. But as long as you're reading and watching stuff or listening to stuff that you would otherwise learn anyway, right? So you're interested in cars. You're like, well, I want to make sure my French doesn't get rusty, so I'm going to watch this video about cars in French, right? It's going to help keep your brain fresh for French. So I think it becomes relatively easy to maintain when you only have a few languages, and I wouldn't worry too much about it. Oblivion, also off topic, do you think, no comma there. We don't put commas after think as a normal part of the word. That would be a different, might have special reasons for it, but not normally. Do you think FPS games, programming, drawing, language learning all share the same cores which leads to success? It's actually not off topic. That's a big part of my second channel. I kind of had such a thought for years. I might be either wrong in the, okay, so that's back to shadowing. So to answer this really quick, do I think that they all share the same cores which lead to success? Essentially, yes. But obviously the exact contents and whatever is going to shift. That is literally the core of my second channel. And I can't put a link to it because YouTube does. Actually, yeah, YouTube lets me put links if I remember right. But I can't switch over to my other account because I'm live streaming on this one. If you type in J. Daniel Moore, I think I have the period there. And then it'll be a picture of me. I have like my Batman shirt on. The video I just posted is a programming update for the ear trainer software, but you probably can't see it, yeah, because the things are in the way. Oh, I didn't even realize this isn't the camera. That's whatever, it doesn't matter. On my board over there, I actually have the programming map up there, but I last week I recorded a video talking about kind of not interested right now. Oh, well, that's okay. Well, you're asking a question that's directly relevant to it, so that's why. So if you already saw it, yeah, but I talked about the map, like the basic map, and I use language learning as the example. So it's a metastructure that maps all the skills, right? They all have the same type of building blocks. It's just the content is going to be different between skills. So like, there's not like words in drawing, but there's a level where words are in language that there's the same level in drawing, for example. And there's like a loose parallel between them, but it's not a one-to-one, like, words are this in drawing in a literal way. But my main point that I talk about a lot on this channel, and also that I'm going to be talking about on the other channel, is that root under the surface, right? So the pronunciation and ear training in language learning makes everything else easier, right? The speaking and the listening easier, because you're opening your ears, you're figuring out how to use your mouth. With programming, it's so there's in language learning, you have listening, which is input, and you have speaking, which is output. We're not going to worry about reading and writing. That's a different map. And then sounds are the base of that, right? So if you can hear the sound, you can produce the sound, helps your listening and your speaking, makes it a lot easier to learn. And that also includes the grammar and vocabulary in sort of an indirect way, but anyway, we don't have to worry about all that. For programming, it's going to be, you have programming and coding, which are not the same thing. And on the surface, right, for language learning on the surface, we say, okay, if I want to learn Japanese, I need words and I need grammar. That's where we go. But that's just the surface, right? The words seem to be the smallest thing. In programming, tokens, right? Like, okay, what are the words I need to use to make the word, or what are the words I have to use, and how do I have to lay this out? Which is really tied in with the syntax, but it's like the tokens, like the word level of programming. And that's where people start. They're like, okay, what are okay, I need to use var for a keyword, and then x equals 2, and put a semicolon at the end, right? Those are all individual tokens that get, arranged in the syntax. But and you ask someone who knows programming, they'll say, okay, the token is the smallest unit of a program, right? It's like building blocks. You put tokens together through the syntax, and you get, variables and functions and whatever. But there's something underneath that. For the coding part, which is like writing in language, it's the physical character, or the digital characters, or data, you could even say. Because data, the definition of data would be like characters, symbols, or letters that you can perform operations on. But for programming, which is a separate pair, right, it has its own input output for your learning. The root of programming is problem solving, right? That's literally what it is. You're problem solving using a computer. And it's a very abstract definition, but you take logic, which is problem solving, and that logic organizes into the programming concepts, like what's a function, what's a variable, what's laying things out in a logical step-by-step sequence, algorithms, et cetera, and it's just the concepts, not the actual implementation of those, but just those concepts. The logic gets organized into those concepts, and most people, when they learn how to program, or they start learning how to program, they do it the hard way because they ignore all that, or they don't even realize that that's there. They think that, okay, I need to figure out, okay, how do I make, in Python, how do I make a variable in Python? How do I do this in Python? How do I, make the computer do this? And it's all about the code, not about logically thinking through, what are you trying to do? How do you do it, right? Like, how do you get there? And what are the series of steps that you need to lay out? Do you need an if statement? Do you need a for loop, right? People don't think of that. They just jump in, right? Which is a natural, normal thing to do. But if you start at that base, right? So it's the same thing in language learning and programming, two completely different things, sounds versus logic. But the way that it affects the map and the way that the map is structured is the same. So yes, as I explore different skills and build up my own skills across programming and drawing and languages and Rocket League and other things, I'll be mapping it to the pyramid structure and focusing on building that root first, so that I can then more easily learn everything else above it. Sometimes it's very tedious and boring, like learning scales and stuff, but it's if you want to make the whole process easier on yourself, it's what you got to do. So I might be either wrong in the way I do shadowing, or it doesn't work for me. It might be both, though. Could be. I mean, I met some people who, like, maybe they tried to shadow. They're like, it's not for me. I don't like it. Or like, I tried that a bit and it didn't work. And so, I try to work with them and give them different ways to do it. But it's just like, they're like, So I do think shadowing is definitely the single most powerful thing that you can do. But it's not necessarily the only thing that you can do. So, yeah. Pin it down, yeah. I just listened. Oh, wait, no. Okay, hold on. Yeah, never mind. Context. Sometimes English teachers do that because we're like, no, this should be past tense, because I'm going into it reading it a certain way, and I give you the correction without reading the rest. Yeah. I just listened to the recording and tried to listen to how it sounds. Or you say listen to what it sounds like. That's okay. Yeah, listen to what it sounds like. And just copy it by repeating it, both for the pronunciation and intonation stress. I hear it perfectly, but it never comes out right. Also, I tried the da-da thing for at least 10 hours or so. Had no value either. Okay. This sucks. Let's see. So You're saying you hear it perfectly, but it never comes out right. Well, it could be you think you're hearing it perfectly, but you're not. I'm not saying that's the case. It could very well be that you are hearing it perfectly and you're just having trouble producing it. That can happen. Um, it might be a mentality thing, which I know how that can sound. But like how you're like, especially when you mentioned like the da da thing or whatever, try. So obviously it's mechanical. We're at the mechanical level, but as things are flowing out of my mouth, right? Obviously, it's a complex process. There's the sounds, there's the stress, there's my thoughts that are just magically coming out into words and all that stuff. But the way that language works, whether it's pronunciation or grammar, um, at the end of the day, especially the grammar, it's feeling, right? We want to express something, and the way it comes out is because of in this particular language, this is how it feels. This is how it feels when you express this. But it's a very abstract, weird concept. But um, instead of just focusing on the pronunciation as like a purely mechanical thing that you're just trying to like copy, try to feel it. And you might want to look. I don't know if you've looked up Idaus and Ness. I know I mentioned him before. He has his flow method, flow 101, and well, mimic method, uh, which I think he has an English course for that as well. But he likes to use like music and beats a lot to kind of match it up with the language. He sort of has blended music and pronunciation in a way that actually works. But it kind of helps you feel the pronunciation and the stress and the rhythm. As for the exact basic sounds, I mean that's almost purely mechanical, and that might not help you completely with that part. But when it comes to the rhythm and the stress and all that stuff and the intonation, um, his course might be able to help you if you haven't checked that out. Um, but really think about it as trying to feel it. Don't just like hear it and try to mechanically reproduce it, but try to feel what's coming in through your ears. And maybe that doesn't make any sense, but uh, like when I speak Spanish, so like you might know a little bit of a shift or notice a bit of a shift. Like I probably seem like mostly the same person, but the way that sounds come out of my mouth, it's not just that they're different because they're Spanish. It's like because I listen to a lot of Spanish. So if I say like I don't know, uh, I can't even think of what to say now on the spot. Uh, Vivo cerca de la playa y me gusta ir ahí cada día y no sé, like just the way that the sounds roll off my tongue, it kind of has a different feel to it. Like I kind of, I'm not just producing the sounds, I have sort of a Spanish feel when I'm speaking Spanish, if that makes any sense. And if you can kind of get that English feeling, which is, I mean, it's not like there's one English feeling for all people necessarily. Like that's too much of a generalization. But if you kind of, if you know what I'm talking about, if you can kind of try to get that, um, more on like a physical level, not just like a mechanical, um, phonological level, that might help. Um, Rodrigo, can you think of any examples where near and close to aren't interchangeable? That's funny because in Spanish I just said I live close to the beach. um, I think I don't remember exactly what I said. um, let's see. I live near the beach. I live close to the beach. Uh, yeah. I mean, they're so close that they're basically like two ways to say the same thing. But if we say, for example, uh, I'm close to finishing the project, right? I gave that example before talking about to. If you say I'm near to finishing the project, like it's okay, but it's kind of like, why are you saying near? Because usually it's like close to and near, right? Not like near to. Sometimes you can use to after near, but or if you say like I'm near finishing the project, that sounds bad, right? Like we need the to there because it's to finishing, as we talked about before with to. Or so no, it's close to. Um, yeah, so that's interesting. If you say near, oh yeah, because it's no, because I'm near. Do we use verbs after near? That might be why. I'm near. Yeah, I don't think we use verbs after near. That's probably why in this case. I thought it was because of to, but no. Because we would use ing after preposition. I think near is a preposition. So yeah, there are cases where you're not going to be they're not going to be completely interchangeable, but most cases, especially if we're talking about physical proximity, closeness of something, um, then yeah, they're going to be pretty interchangeable most of the time. I meant English because it's my dominant one, even though it's not native, but it shouldn't affect the accent, pronunciation, and so on, right? Interesting. If you don't master the, well, let me continue on here. I don't use my native languages, but plan on learning Korean too. Yay, Korean. So it'd be English, Japanese, and Korean for me. I think it's not too hard to maintain three with some daily exposure, even though it's not too much or perfect. Yeah, so, hey, I caught up to the end of the chat. What was I going to say? If we're talking about affecting pronunciation, because yeah, I was thinking of it in terms of like affecting like grammar and your ability to use the language, but obviously, like yeah, duh, we're talking about pronunciation. I didn't even make that connection. It's because usually when you talk about interference, we don't talk about it necessarily in terms of pronunciation. We think of grammar and whatnot. So that's where my mind went, and that's my mistake. But yeah, so in terms of the accent or pronunciation, I think it's going to be kind of the same uh, because like you need that base, right? If you don't build up a solid enough base. Now, if you already have a solid enough base in English that you did not have any interference with from another language as you were building the base, right? You built it separately. Um, then when you go and you learn another language, like now, let's say if you had mastered all the sounds and then you go and learn another language, like you're probably not going to lose those sounds. If there's some sounds that, like, say, by the time you started Japanese, if there were some sounds that you hadn't mastered, um, then very likely, yes, you could have some interference. So that could be part of your problem as well, in a way. There's all kinds of weird things that can happen. Like a basic example I like to give is, usually um, you might hear a sound but not be able to produce it. I've had students, they're rare, but I've had some students where they're able to reproduce the sound, but they can't hear it. Right? It's like if I say it, they can reproduce it perfectly, mimicking me, but they can't actually recognize the sound as compared to like a similar sound. And it's really, really strange how the brain works sometimes. So you might just have some sort of weird, strange case that has something to do with like the mixing of languages and not having a solid enough base in your pronunciation of English before you started Japanese. And that doesn't mean it's like a permanent problem or whatever. It's just this could be what's happening here, and it's you have sort of a weird combination of things that are going on, and maybe a little bit with the way your brain is, because everybody's brain is a little bit different. It's giving you some particular problems here. So yeah. By the way, my friend would always give me feedback for each passage, so I know what it sounds like and whether it's better or worse than what I sound like normally. I feel like I'm just grinding but has no value. Um, okay. Uh, I'm going to recommend one thing to you, and if you've already done this, then I'd be kind of surprised. given your current problem. But this might solve your problem. It's an activity that I actually recently thought of, and I've been using with some of my students. So record yourself saying something in English, okay? And don't necessarily try to say it like, like you're concentrating trying to say it perfectly or whatever. Just, say it. Try to make it nice and smooth, like normal speech, just a sentence or two, doesn't matter. In fact, just one sentence. Try not to read it necessarily because that can affect how you sound exactly, but think of the sentence, have it there so it just comes out naturally, and then, okay, say the sentence into the recording. Okay. Give that recording to your friend, right? And yeah, I'm going to show that. Yeah, so recording yourself is a good thing, but that's not what I'm saying here. Record yourself, give it to your friend, okay? Okay, good. So you do that. And then have your friend record exactly the same sentence that you said. Okay. And then what I want you to do, now you have a recording of you and you have a recording of your friend, him or her, I don't know. Maybe it's a he and I don't remember. Maybe you said he somewhere. But anyway, now you have these two recordings, okay? And there's different things you can do with these two recordings, both for input and output. But you have you and a native. And what I would recommend for best results is go into Audacity. There's a chance you already know what that is. For those of you who don't know, Audacity is an audio editing software that can be very useful for pronunciation development. And what you can do in there is you put both files, right? You stack them on top of each other in Audacity, and you can highlight a section, right? So let's say there's your recording, and then well, that's annoying, but so there's your recording, and then their recording underneath it. You highlight. Well, if it's just one sentence, I guess you don't have to highlight anything. But if you want to go more granular and like zoom into a particular, linking or whatever, you can highlight a particular part. But play yours. Listen to it a few times. Really listen to how you're sounding, right? And I would also additionally recommend break it down like, okay, specifically rhythm. How does my rhythm sound? Okay, specifically sounds. How does my sound sound? Yeah, that's going to give you a lot of feedback there that, whatever. But say you listen to it a few times, and then you listen to your friend, right? You listen to that a few times, and you're specifically listening, okay, what's different? Why is what I'm saying not the same? And it could be certain sounds, it could be certain linking, it could be certain rhythm, certain stress, whatever it is. That's why I recommend, sort of do maybe like a rhythm pass where you listen to your rhythm a couple times, listen to their rhythm a couple times. If you don't see any rhythm problems, then, go to something else. But by doing this, and having not just your recording, but also their recording that you're then using as a double source of input, that is something that so far, in my experience, has been extremely powerful. And you can bring shadowing into that as well. There's one more thing I wanted to say about that. Oh yeah, and additionally, one thing that Edaus and Ness does, he does exactly that same thing, except he'll stack the two recordings on top of each other, and he's trying to say it exactly the same, like the exact speed, exact everything, and he'll play both recordings at the same time. And you can see the sound waves, obviously, but he'll sort of try to listen for where in his recording, as both recordings are playing, he'll try to listen for in his recording where there's a difference, and then he'll isolate and try to fix that. So that's another way that you can do that. Okay, now you say you haven't tried going that far, and I see you there, Rodrigo. I'm going to come back to Oblivion, but first I want to mention maybe you haven't gone far enough. Okay. One thing that I've learned from some of my students is that if you don't go far enough, right, talent really helps. Talent makes things a bit easier and you'll get farther faster. But especially if you don't have any talent, if you don't go far enough, you're not going to reach it. It's like literally, like if you don't walk far enough, you're not going to reach your destination. So for some things, maybe it's for certain sounds, maybe it's for the rhythm, maybe it's for whatever. If you don't go far enough, if you don't go granular enough and really pay attention, because I have a student who, um, like he learned about the rhythm, he learned about the sounds. He sounds pretty good, right? But he has this sort of like underlying accent that he's trying to get rid of. Um, and when I started talking to him more about like rhythm and shadowing and stuff, even though he had done shadowing before, specifically he went in and he was really trying to pay very close attention, not just like, oh, what are the sounds, but really like focus like on the pieces and the whole thing, zooming in, zooming out. And he started to notice that there were things that he never noticed before, even though he had done that exercise many times, right? um, so you have to go deep enough, sometimes, for some things. Okay, so I'm going to come back to Oblivion stuff, but Rodrigo here says, why is it I live in the mountains instead of I live on the mountain? Very good question. Super good question. Okay. There are two ways to look at a mountain. You can look at a mountain as a mountain, like a physical mountain, like one mountain, right? And if you are on top of that mountain, right, or you're somewhere, like going up the mountain or whatever, you are on the mountain, right? In the mountain would be inside in that case. But when we say in the mountains, I live in the mountains. Now you could say, like, say there's a mountain and you live here. You could say I live on the mountain. That's fine because it's a mountain. But normally when we say that, there's not just one mountain. There's a range of mountains, right? And we might collectively, like from a distance, we might say like this is a mountain, but there's actually a range of mountains in an area. It's a mountainous area. And so you're actually living in that area that is mountainous or has lots of mountains and hills in it. And so that's why we say that, because you live in that area. It's like you live in the desert, right? Now, some places are different. If you live on the plains, plains are a little bit different because a plain, we think of it almost like a platform, because of how plains are. So you live on the plains, but you could also, I live in the plains. That sounds a little weird. So it depends on the geography of what we're talking about and how we look at that geography, right? But it's a very, very good question. Okay. Now, Oblivion also said those ones are WV, sometimes THS, but usually WV, the ones I feel I mastered the least. Okay, so those are the ones, right? The ones that you mastered the least, those are the ones you got to go in and master. And those are some common problems too, especially the TH. Right. So what you need to do for those, right? Like if you're shadowing, if you have, let's say for example, if you have a problem with the TH, or like making, say, between the TH and S, like getting those nice and clear in your production, and you're trying to shadow sentences or phrases, that's not going to improve your TH sound. Okay, it's not, because you're up at this level where the actual physical production of the TH, or like, separating out the TH and the S and making them clearly different, that's at the very, very basic, like mechanical level of how do you use your mouth to produce the sound. So if you can't do that, like if you can't, like if you can say nice and clear in isolation when you're trying, that's the first step. You have to find it and be able to consistently, maybe not 100% of the time, but at least say 80% of the time, be able to consistently reproduce it when you're trying and focusing in isolation. Once you have that, then obviously you kind of want to touch it up, make it a little more consistent, but it's going to be practice, especially in the flow of stuff. So then you start looking at, say, in words, in sentences. So that's why the pyramid, right, it goes from sounds to syllables to words to sentences. And the pronunciation follows that chain too. You're welcome, Rodrigo. And so there's not necessarily one, like, perfect best way to do it necessarily, but when it comes to the sounds themselves and mastering those sounds, you have to get them good enough to where you can do them consistently in isolation. And then you can go back into the shadowing, even if it's just words, trying to put them into words and repeating words, to make sure that you can get them to flow, from the sound before it to the TH, to the sound after it, or whatever it is. And part of that is in, the shadowing of phrases and sentences. Maybe you can say the th by itself, but then when it's in a sentence or in the middle of a word, you can't say it as well. So then you need to focus on, okay, saying the th when it's surrounded by sounds, and you target that as like a second level tier of doing the th sound consistently well enough when it's surrounded by sounds. And then you move up. Can I consistently hit it in the flow of a sentence wherever it pops up? Right? So the targeting of sounds needs to start at the base, but it also, you can target it at each level through the syllables, the words, and the sentences. And if you're up here doing the shadowing, but you don't have that base for a particular sound, you need to go back down for that sound. Not for everything, but for that sound. Okay. And then I was talking about the recording. You said I record all the time, and I know how shitty it sounds. Just not all the time because it takes forever to listen. Yeah, so I mean, you don't have to record everything you say, and it's also, again, don't make it so mechanical. You shouldn't be sitting there for hours, or even for 5 minutes recording yourself. Maybe 5 minutes at the most, but not like 10 minutes recording yourself and then listening to it again. Like, you're not going to get a lot out of that. You need to go smaller. You need to work on, like, if you're working on, say, paragraph level rhythm and intonation, then that's fine. It could be longer. But if you're just trying to get the sound of a native, say, in a sentence or in a phrase, that's that first big unit of completion that you need to work on, right? It ends at the sentence level. And then you can go higher than that to paragraphs, but that's going to be extra. That's an extra step where you start linking sentences. It's the same in the pronunciation. Make sure that you can do sentences first, and then when you get to paragraph level, stringing sentences together, then the rhythm might shift a little bit as you go from sentence to sentence, or the intonation, this or that, whatever. But that's a higher level thing. You need to get the basic unit of completion first, from the root all the way up to the sentence. And if you're just mechanically trying to mass record yourself and listen to it, you're not going to get anything out of that. You need to go down, record yourself for, say, a sentence, listen to it, say, okay, is the rhythm off? If it is, focus on the rhythm and record yourself again, really trying to get that rhythm good. Listen to it again. Okay, the rhythm sounds better. Now, are there any sounds off? Right? This is how you do really deep, effective shadowing. And for some problems, like for certain sounds and stuff, it's the only way that you're going to sound like a native. It's possible, but it's going to take work. That may not be you may not want to do that much work, right? And that's fine. You don't have to. You don't have to sound like a native, right? It's not a requirement. But if that's your goal, if you really want to be like, oh yeah, I'm talking to an American and they think I'm American, and then I tell them I'm from Brazil or whatever, and they're like, what? You're from what? I thought you were an American, right? Like, if you want that, this is the work you have to do, right? So that's why I say it's possible, but it takes work, and it's not worth it for everybody. So that's fine. I've been doing that for so long, like 4 months. I always ask them to stay recorded after I sent my recording or stuff. I've asked them if I can get it. I haven't tried going that far. All the basics, already covered them. I'll try that, I guess. We'll focus less on the output hours, but more on experience and quality. So I can at least notice differences and stuff. I guess I'm too obsessed with the grind, and instead of finding new ways, and trying to get it down better. Yeah, tag it from new angles, right? I pay attention a lot, especially when I listen to stuff like videos and podcasts, so that can help me, I guess. Yeah. I remember, your ears are not going to. We need your ears open primarily so that when you play with the sounds, you can hear them better, right? But just paying attention to what you hear isn't going to improve your pronunciation, because again, it's the physical, mechanical level. You have to go in and train your tongue to do this for this sound, and flow in this way to go between sounds and whatever it is. So that definitely can help. Yes, if you pay attention a lot when you listen to podcasts and videos, that's fantastic. But you also want to take a little bit of time where, say, somebody said something with a th, and you have a problem with the th, and it sort of stood out to you. So maybe you kind of pause it for a second, and you kind of play with what they just said, and try to say it exactly like they did. And you don't have to sit there for hours and do it, but it's really about playing. It's not about grinding. Okay, if you're grinding, you're doing something wrong. To be blunt, it's about playing with the sounds and playing with the rhythm. And there's use and time for sitting down and doing some like study and putting in some good quality work. But a lot of this is light. It's playing with the sound. It's making little changes with your tongue, getting feedback. That didn't work. Okay, let me try another little change. And sometimes it's frustrating. But if you have this attitude, like, this is what you did for your native language. As a baby, you don't remember it, but you played with it. You listened to the sounds in your environment, and then you naturally have the instinct as a human to play with your tongue, which is why babies make lots of little weird sounds, because they're playing with their tongue. We think they're trying to say words, which, I mean, technically they are. But really what they're doing at that first basic level is they're just trying to figure out how do they make their tongue work, right? And so this is what we have to do again as adults. Once you pass a certain age, right? It's not that it's impossible, but it's that you have to use conscious attention and direct training to reproduce that same process that you did instinctively as a baby. So keep that in mind, of course. I say them normally most of the time. Okay, so yeah, but sometimes it goes into a huge lisp or slurring or stuff. My brain actually stutters when it comes to WB in a row. Okay, again, isolate it, target it. Okay, zoom in as far as you need to, zoom out as far as you need to. If you have a W and a V next to each other, which actually, technically you're never going to have a W and a V next to each other because W isn't used at the end of words. Maybe you have a V and a W, like of what? What? That could happen. But you can get, say, like ow, ooh, oh, which is close to the W, and go to a V. So I mean, it's similar enough. Yeah. So if we say like of what, okay, if you know that you have a problem, right? You identify your problems. This is very scientific, very methodical, step by step. It's not that hard, right? It could be hard to get it, but the process is not hard. Okay. So you identify what your problem is, right? Waving. Okay. Waving is a good one, right? So of what waving. So in this case, problem with W, you have a problem with V. The very first step, go all the way down to that root. Can you say a nice, good, clear W by itself in isolation? Can you say a nice, good, clear V by itself in isolation? If you can't do that, you're not going to get very far. Okay, trying to fix it above that level is not going to help you. You have to be able to do it in isolation first. It doesn't have to be 100%. It doesn't have to be necessarily perfect, but it has to be clearly a W and clearly a V. Okay. Now, once you get that, and you can consistently do that for each sound, you move up to the next level. And you start targeting, okay, if I put a V and a W together, right? You can even do the sounds in isolation. Like if you go, right? I'm clearly saying each one as I transition back and forth. That's another little in-between practice you can do. And if you can't do that, then that can also help identify, like maybe with your W, your lip is too close to your teeth, and so it sounds like a VW, right? And so especially if you're going, and when you go out, if it still sounds like, okay, you know the problem. You don't have enough space. How do you fix that? Well, you need to stick your lip out more, maybe open your jaw a little bit so it's not too close. So you play with it, you identify what is the physical problem that's causing me this difficulty, right? And you're playing with it. That's all you're doing. You're playing with it, seeing what works, what doesn't work, getting feedback, of course. And then you have cases like, say, of what. Okay, so these are right next to each other. So we have v, ooh. So can you go from a V to a W? Vwa, vwa. Okay, not v, 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 vwa. See, there's two clear sounds there. Of, and then wa, of, wa. And you can do the two first, like of, make sure your B is good. What, make sure your W is good. And put them together. Okay, you're just building the pieces. That's all you're doing. Of what, okay? With waving, w, a, v. Okay, so you have way, make sure the W is good, way. And then you have the A to the V, make sure the V is good. Ave, ave, wave, wave. Okay, this is that second step. Once you get the sounds consistently well enough in isolation, then you move up to say the word level or this or well the syllable level technically, and you're kind of trying to say, okay, if I go from this sound to this sound, maybe next to each other, or maybe with a sound in between, if it's just a proximity issue, and you make sure, can I consistently, just like I can at the root in isolation, can I consistently reproduce this in this next level of complexity? And once you can get that, then you move up again, right? And maybe now you're working more at like the phrase or the sentence level, and you start saying, he's waving at me. He's waving at me. And in the flow of that sentence, can you still hit the W and the V accurately? Right. And so you might want to slow down again, like, oh, I can't really do it. So I say, he's waving at me. He's way, because now there's way, right? Instead of way, he's waving at me. So you zoom in, zoom out as much as you need. You slow down, speed up as much as you need. Slowing down is one of the best things you can do. And then you put it back together at a faster speed, right? And you just do anything in between that you need to make sure that you can flow everything together. Okay. Again, there's a lot to it. There's a lot of information, a lot of moving pieces, but the process itself is relatively simple. You're just isolating, putting into a bigger thing, putting into a bigger thing. Can you still say it well enough, right? Or if you want to say it perfectly, can you still say it perfectly at each level? And then, of course, there's tongue twisters, right? So if you say, I don't know, what wave will William want? Something like that, right? What wave will William want? Okay, so if it's just W, you can make, you can take the W sound and try to put that into lots of repetitive throughout the same sentence, make sure the W stays the same. Or you can even add W and V, right? Lots of words that have W and V all throughout the same sentence. So you're constantly having to go back and forth between them. Again, slow it down if you need to. And then, speed it up as you piece it back together. So that's all it is. That's all it is, very step by step. Okay, and we have some more stuff. I want to get to Rodrigo here really quick. I guess I can pronounce English sounds pretty decently. I think I'm still going to have to work harder on rhythm. Yeah, the rhythm is its own beast. It's its own beast. Also, Rodrigo says, exactly, babies start pretty much with rhythm. They start mumbling, only at a later stage they start articulating sounds correctly. Yeah, basically. And Luca likes to start from the rhythm level. He likes to do it sort of rhythm to sounds. And that kind of, I guess, mirrors the baby process in a way. But either way, the process of playing with the sounds is there, right? Playing with the sounds, playing with the rhythm. And you can do it either way, right? There's benefits to doing it either way. I like to kind of try to mix it. And as I'm building my course, I kind of just ended up leaning more on the sounds. I might go back and I don't know I might reorganize the course a bit, but I tried to put a little bit about stress and certain things in between some of the sounds. But it's because everybody's a little bit different depending on what they need. So when I'm working with a student, sometimes I might go for a little bit more to the rhythm level, a little more to the sound level, kind of mix them together. But we very quickly get into the mixing after we get those basic sounds down. So anyway, okay. So Oblivion also says, what is it? Where was I? Okay. Yeah, and so back to what you're saying, you say like you say them normally most of the time, but sometimes you have an issue. Now, maybe that's just something with your brain. Whatever. Sometimes our brains are weird and things like that happen. But that would be, maybe you just need to give a little extra reinforcement to these things to sort of build those connections stronger in your brain, because it could be that maybe the connections are kind of crossed a bit and you need to reinforce sort of separating them out, so that you just need to give them extra attention. That might help. Sometimes, but not always, for the most part, it works also. It's strange the way I say world word weird. My friend says it's off like 0% American, so it's actually curious. Um, I think my isolation part is decent or perfect, but in the action itself, it still happens. Yeah, also remember, pronunciation is improved outside of speech. Obviously, the speech is part of it, but it's the physical mechanical level, right? It's like you don't improve your guitar playing while you're giving a performance. Obviously, you're probably going to improve a bit from the performance, but if you don't have the basic physical ability to perform the piece in the first place, right, you're going to be sitting there going, "Oh, I had to put my finger here and do this," right? So it's the same with pronunciation. It's that physical mechanical level. Um, so always keep that in mind as well. Like in terms of being in the same word and so on. Yeah, exactly. Babies, I did that. Things like equivalent. This is misspelled. Equivalent. Q-U. How do you spell equivalent? Yeah. Q-U-I. Equivalent to, I think my brain confuses them in the core because of my native language where they're allophones and not phonemes. Okay, so that explains it. We have a native language interference. And everybody's brain is a little different. I can't give a 100% answer here, but I would very strongly state that, as I said, give it a little extra attention. Because if in your language they're allophones, then the neural network that you have is to perceive them the same. And so even though in English now you can perceive them differently and you can, in isolation produce them differently, that network in your brain that is the default from your native language, that still has some influence and is interfering. So if you give extra attention, like if the isolation is good, then again, focus on maybe tongue twisters. Tongue twisters would be the perfect thing to really get high frequency reinforcement and help to build the new structure in your brain for English that has them separate, right? So my first native language has a V as a thing, but it can be both V and W. Maybe like the letter V and letter W. And the second native language has them randomly, so it's not even definite at all. Yeah, so okay, I see for the V and the W, yeah, that explains a lot. That would very clearly describe your problem. You can either say all as W's or all as V's. Okay. And defined. Yeah, so see, we just identified the problem, right? Because I didn't know that. Number one, I didn't even know that you had two native languages. But the fact that you do have two native languages, which is a special thing, not everybody has that. But then the fact of how the V and W are treated in those two native languages, like, do you have a problem with V and W in either of your native languages, or do they just work out? Because that would be one question. It's an interesting problem. They just work out, and I haven't spoken them for more than a year as well. Okay, so that's a good sign, because if those two native languages were interfering and they're both native languages, that would tell me that this may not be a solvable problem in English. But the fact that they both come out fine, that means that your brain, especially since the second native language uses them randomly, that tells me that your brain clearly has two networks for how to handle these sounds. And when you're in one language, it goes one way, it follows that neural pathway, and it comes out fine. When you're in the other language, it goes the other way. You need to build out the neural pathway for English, right? It's like you're speaking English, it just works out by itself. Yeah, I guess it's like saying the tough stuff in English, and it's V W in those languages. It's probably ingrained and picked up. Yeah. Um, so it's a hard problem. You have a very specific hard problem. And again, here we're just talking about the V and W. Obviously, everything I said for other sounds would apply, but for the V and W specifically, you need to give extra attention because of your first two native languages and how these sounds work in those languages. You need to give extra attention and extra focus because, as I said, you're able to do the sounds, you're able to hear the sounds. That's good. That's already a good sign. So your ears are open, your mouth is working, but then in the flow of speech, that's where you have the problem. So then for these sounds, you need to target in the flow of many sounds flowing together. So this is again, tongue twisters are probably going to really help you build that network in your brain. Um, Especially if you can say the tongue twisters fast, right? Start off slow and then go to a speed where you start having a lot of trouble, master that, speed it up more, right? So just keep playing with these tongue twisters. And or you could just, take phrases that have V's and W's and do it that way as well. But the tongue twisters would probably be your best friend for this. Um, TH and S are spot on, but sometimes I get tongue tied. That's the most frequent cause, but normally they're good. Tongue twisters don't help. They eventually sound perfect, but doesn't help much in casual speech. Well, I don't know about that. So this points back to with shadowing not working. I think maybe my ears are messing with me. I should have background, I guess. Maybe. Okay. Hopefully, I still sound good. Problem. Uh, Now, I will mention even for natives, you usually don't get mixed up at all or have any problems. For us, it's actually W and R. That's because R is one of the last sounds to develop. And we use W as a replacement before we use small children will say that. And some people will never actually develop. Tell me I have unstable connection. Some people, even if they go to speech therapy, which I think that there would still be a way to fix it. Maybe the speech therapist isn't the best, but some people, they just never develop the R for whatever reason. And they'll continue using the W sound. So for native speakers who do develop the R, the average native speaker who does that perfectly fine, we will still sometimes maybe get a little tongue-tied, or the W will come out instead of the R. It doesn't happen all the time, but especially if there's like lots of R's and W's next to each other, sort of like what we're saying here with the W and the V, then it can happen. It's a relatively common thing that the W or the R might switch. So we can get tongue-tied too. The TH and the S also sometimes, like, I've noticed occasionally, like a rare occasion, we might sort of get those mixed up in a bit, but usually not really. Because the TH by itself and the S can sound kind of similar. But that's usually not a problem because their placement is so far apart. But, my Indiana friend has the R problem, but like rest is cool for him. He can say it, but he prefers saying it the Southern way, sometimes dropping the R in words. Yeah, Southerners do that. Some people in the Northeast also do that. So, yeah, not all Southerners do that, by the way, but it is a common feature of Southern dialects. That's probably the reason why I like it. Like Southern accent is my favorite American accent. So, anyway, we are at 4 hours officially, and it's 6 o'clock here, and my throat is hurting from talking so much. So, yeah, I mean, they do sound normal. They sound different. I know some of them have a mild accent where it's like they sound kind of neutral in a way, but then they just have maybe vowels that are a little off or whatever. The rhythm and the vowels, I guess. Yeah. Anyway, So thank you guys very much. My connection is unstable again. But yeah, I will see you here next week. Once again, as always, my connection is probably slow, so if anybody wants to say bye, I probably won't get it. It's going to take a minute to load, so I'm just going to go. But thank you guys very much, and a special thanks to Rodrigo again. If you would like to support me here instead of on Patreon, that is now an option. And things are pretty much the same between the two. It's just on Patreon you can get merch as well. YouTube doesn't let me do that. So yes, you're welcome, Rodrigo. And see you guys next week.